If you do have to say.
It's your prerogative.
All right.
James, I'm curious, can you even see that TV?
If I do this, I can.
Okay.
The one in the
Need to
back,
raise
I
that
guess.
up.
Yeah. Anyway,
My
all right.
glasses weren't good enough for that TV.
I'll call us to order. It's 5:36. All right, good evening, everybody. Sorry we're a few minutes late. Welcome to this regularly scheduled monthly meeting. I guess we're a week off due to snow, but of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. Chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. All right. First is matters from the public not on the agenda or on the consent agenda. Do we have anything not on our agenda? All right. Hearing none, we'll move to the consent agenda. This evening, the consent agenda consists of meeting minutes from December and January, and the COAs for 218 West Water Street and 610 Lyons Court.
And so, to be clear, a motion to approve the consent agenda results in approval of the motion to approve as stated in the staff reports for each of the consent agenda items.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. I'll say aye, though I can't remember which meeting I wasn't at, and so I'll approve whichever one I was at for the meeting minutes. Forgive me. We have no deferred items. Our first new item is 1,000 Wortland Street, corner of 10th and Wortland. Mr. Warner?
Yeah, so this is a COA request for a multi-story residential project over at 10th and Wortland Street. You all have had discussions about this. It's coming for you tonight with a formal request for approval. This project encompasses a couple parcels at the northeast corner of 10th and Wortland. Because a section on the west side includes a parcel that's within the West Main ADC district, the result is that the entire project is subject to BAR review. So again, a COA request for construction of a 6-story residential building. The existing non-contributing structure on the site will be raised, and no BAR review is necessary for that because it's non-contributing. Briefly talk about in the discussion, I offer, as we talked about, there were some issues that went to the BZA and relative to length and building openings, and the BZA met and granted those, but there's still a period of time at which they become official. So so I can say the BZA made its decision, but they aren't finalized until I think March 13th. So I've offered some suggestions on how to treat those in the motion, and primarily it's along the Wortland Street elevation. There's a section which the code would otherwise require entrances there, and the BZA allowed them to not have to have an additional entrance, and the result being that the design of that wall sort of left to you all, to your decision, how it won't have a door or window in it, but how it looks will be what you all decide. And then the length of the building was also allowed, so that's, but again, you all can include the condition language in any motion, just to cover the bases in case it has to come back. And so everybody knows what that is, I feel like if something had to change and the result was that they had to add some fenestration on that section of the wall or a door, and it was consistent with what's going on with the rest of the building, that's something the chair and I could review. Now, of course, if it comes back and the result is they need to put a break in the building and significantly change the design, then I would come back to the BAR. But I think just to give the applicant an avenue to continue with the project. I've offered in the staff report some comments about the heights and setbacks and things and relative to the adjacent historic district. Most of what this is while this is across the street from the Workland district, this is really contrasting with buildings in the West Main corridor. And also in the staff report are some of the notes from the comments that you all made during the May 21, 2024 discussion and the December 17th discussion. So with that, I know the applicant's here. Do you all have any questions for me?
Would you all like to present?
So, Jeff, before we get into the body of our presentation, if I could just correct one item for the record with regard to the BZA vote. So, the zoning administrator specifically brought before them the question of entrances, entry spacing. He did not bring before them the question of the building length. And then, what was the other one? Oh my gosh. I'm blanking on what the other thing was, but he put those out through an administrative modification request. So those are out for their public comment period right now. But only the entrances went in front of the BZA.
Okay,
And
good.
I'll have a slide to show you what they decided.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, I've presented before, JT Engelhardt with National Housing Trust, and I'm on the development team. And yeah, nothing to add. It's this is 180 units of proposed affordable housing. We're at the beginning of our financing path. This is part of the Affordable Housing Initiative put forth by UVA, one of two parcels that they have committed to provide to affordable housing developers, and this is 10th and Wartland.
Hi, everyone. Liz Chapman with Grimm & Parker Architects. I have a few slides here that are background information, but since this is our third trip to visit with you all, I'm going to skip over some of those. If anyone needs me to rewind, let me know. But Kate, if you can go ahead and just kind of quickly flip through these first couple here. Keep on going. All right, and a reminder, we could have done 11 stories. We're proposing to do 6 stories in this instance. And go on ahead right here. Okay, so you all wanted to know more about our overall streetscape and landscape package. So I am not the landscape architect. I'm going to do my best. But we've provided some exhibits here showing you some of the things that we're planning within that street frontage. So along 10th will be retail spaces, and we have a number of details provided in the packet for you so you can see the language of those areas, including street furnishings, landscape, hardscape, also the composition of the windows, canopy overhangs, lighting, things like that. And then along Wortland Street, it'll be a little bit more landscape heavy in focus because we don't have those retail entrances, but we'll go through those exact details as well. If you want to go ahead to the next slide. So there's more information here for those of you looking for specific details about the types of trees and bushes that we are proposing. I'm not going to go into detail, but if anyone has specific questions, please let me know. And then some of the lower plantings, and then the final slide here shows some of our thoughts on hardscaping. So we are planning a combination of concrete colored concrete, and then concrete pavers to kind of give an ebb and flow between the entry points for the retail and just general sidewalk areas. Okay. Also some site furnishings. There'll be a number of exterior bike racks required by the new zoning ordinance, but this gives you a flavor for the types of site furnishings that we are envisioning for this outside area along the street frontage. You all asked for a daylight analysis, and this is a bit exaggerated, but so that it's very clear. So you can see that in the winter, the courtyard will get very little sun, but in the summer, we will have some good sun in the middle of the day, and that will move throughout the day. But it will be an important consideration on both the courtyard and the north side of the building to understand the types of plantings that will realistically live. So you'll notice that we have not proposed any, for example, green screens or vining type plants because we don't think they will survive on those north sides. Okay. So in the corner there, you have the November 2024 elevation. After hearing your comments, we looked at a number of different options and finally decided to look at kind of coming back with a C. We have an A, a B, and now a C bay. That the primary change is reversing the color of the panel siding in the window insets and the main exterior part of the bay. And we tried a number of different things, and frankly, a lot of the other things we tried felt too cartoony and playful for this location, sort of next to some UVA buildings and some historic homes. We felt like we wanted to stay a little more stately and keep a steady rhythm. The next slide, please. One of the items that you all commented on was really hoping to get some sort of a view or a connection through to the internal courtyard on the building. We really looked hard at that and struggled with how best to do that. So what we have decided to propose is that we will, and the reason I'm showing you the interior, even though that would not typically be your purview, is that we want to bring the inside and the courtyard through the lobby. And so we're intending to do that through some biophilic material choices in our lobby spaces and also some artwork. So you'll see the green areas in the lobby are where we're envisioning that we will have some sort of mural or artwork, or we're not sure exactly what it'll be, but the intention being that it will include biomimicry within it. And then we're also looking to bring the materials of the courtyard through the lobby and out through the entrance, so it's sort of spilling all the way through. You'll note that there is a bullet point kind of off directly out from the courtyard, and on the next page we'll see a section of that location and what it looks like if you're standing on the sidewalk there. So you can see you'd be looking physically at the structure of the building. So even if we were able to provide a lot of glass in that area or provide a physical cutout through the building, you'd still be looking at the side of the structure. I don't think you would actually see anything as a pedestrian walking past. So that's the reason that we felt like this was maybe not the right solution, a physical actual cut through the building. Next slide, please. So there are, because of the length of this building and sort of the weird transition from the ground floor being on our lowest floor to the ground floor being on our next floor up, we have this area where we have some blank walls. And so this is the item that we specifically discussed with the BZA and with the zoning administrator. And because of the delay in this meeting, we have a vote from the BZA already that I will tell you a little bit more about. So this is from our original packet. However, Kate, I'm going to ask you to advance through the next slide and then one more. Oh, we didn't get our new slide in there. Oh no. Okay, so I'll describe it to you instead. That's okay. It was online, so I thought it would be here, but that's okay. So what the BZA and the zoning administrator requested, if you can go back then to one more, and one more still. Yep, okay. So what the BZA requested, or the zoning administrator and then the BZA requested instead, is that the middle section of the building,
This isn't a pointer, is it? No.
Okay.
Is it a red pointer?
there it
Yes.
is.
You want to use that?
There we go, which button?
The top one.
That one, okay. So this, here, let me move it over here so you guys can
Oh,
see it.
right, yeah, well, I can see.
So this, oh no, it doesn't show up on the screen. I'm very sorry.
And actually, I can pull the packet of, I just have the individual staff report.
It's just not showing up on that monitor.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so that middle section, where you kind of see the white panels at the base, what the zoning administrator suggested is that we move forward with using some of the parking screening options available to us through the current zoning ordinance. And so even though this is a parking garage, as opposed to a parking area on the surface, we're still using those strategies. So bringing in a low retaining wall that will essentially kind of screen that area, and then additional plantings that meet the intent of that parking screening requirement. And by staff's interpretation, that means that our ground floor jumps from the first floor to the second floor sort of faster. And then the other piece that they asked us to bring in is, right now we currently have two, in this rendering, there are two entries, one on either end. So one into the retail, there you
Where
can
did
see
you
them.
find
Yep.
it? Okay.
So there's the, in yellow we currently had the ones on either end, on the far ends. The zoning administrator had us come back and add in the other two that are sort of in the middle. And then the blue one is what would be required by the zoning ordinance that we asked permission from the BZA to exclude from the design. So how this is different than what you've seen previously is you saw 2 entrances, we will now have 4 entrances, plus a retaining wall and additional landscape in that central portion where we're lacking one entry point. So 3 of the entrances will be covered entrances, the 3rd one will be raised and covered. And I hope that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna keep on going. All right, yeah, keep on going here. Just for reference, on the section image, Kate, yes, thank you. Just for reference, there were some questions and comments about where the utilities are relative to things in this street frontage. And so I just wanted to show you physically where the utilities are located so you can understand why the trees are where they are, and why we had asked the city for permission to flip the sidewalk and the green zone, because basically otherwise we would not be able to have any street trees because of the utility easements. So we flip them so we can still have the street trees. They'll just be on the back side of the sidewalk instead of the front side. But it'll still be public right of way. Okay, go ahead. So one of the things you all asked for was to see the other sides of the building. So what you're seeing here is the view. If you were standing, if you were standing on 10th and a half Street with your back to Main Street looking at this building, you can see ghosts of the contributing historic structures that are sort of directly across from our property. And what you see on the right-hand side there is that we are going to need to build a new retaining wall. The existing little cafe that's in that house currently sits on top of a very large retaining wall, and we basically need to shore it up and make a better retaining wall than the one that exists now. But then in that little depressed area there will be a nice flat outdoor space for the proposed daycare. So they'll have a playground in that location, and we can't put a building there anyhow because it is more utility easements. Okay. And just to give you a sense of what this will look like in context, this is if you are standing up at the intersection of 10th and Main. looking toward our site. So you can see the site is the sort of brown-gray building in the background there. And I think this really helps you see how far down the building is relative to those that are up on Main Street. So even though it is a 6-story building, I don't think it feels overwhelming to anything on Main Street. Next slide, please. All right, and then this view is if you are standing on the Stacy Hall rear parking lot. So the white box on the right-hand side is the end of Stacy Hall that faces our building. And then again, on the left-hand side, you see where we're proposing another retaining wall. We're intending to have a little cut-down driveway for a loading area and trash servicing, and kind of hiding that behind a retaining wall. So if you're standing on the Stacy Hall property, that grade will continue to be a gentle rolling hill, and hopefully you won't really even see the trash, the door to the trash room or the loading bay at all. Okay, next slide. And here's a view if you're standing with your back to the main entrance to Stacy Hall looking toward this site. This is what you would see. Okay. So the transformers and some of the site utility infrastructure that is surface mounted is intended to go on the edge of the Stacy Hall property. So this is kind of their back of house area on their property. So there is a lot of, I'm gonna say industrial stuff back there. But we are planning to provide aluminum screening to screen all these pieces, and currently in discussion with Dominion to figure out exactly how they want to access this to decide what side is the open side for service. Additionally, the main utility connection for water will be vaults in the sidewalk. So I don't think from a pedestrian perspective, you're really gonna notice them all that much unless you're somebody who's really excited about manholes. All right, next slide, please. So this view is if you were standing on the intersection of 10th and Wirtland, where the light is, with your back kind of to the Coca-Cola building, looking at our building. And so the same view again, but in the evening, showing you the types of light fixtures that we are proposing. So generally looking at primarily wall sconces at all the entries, a little bit of feature lighting on the main sort of brick architectural columns at the corners, and then some back of house and kind of utility lighting sort of in the rear areas where there's some security concerns, but there isn't really pedestrian access around the building. And then also some canopy lighting up in the various covered entry canopies. A bit more information about the specifics of the lighting if anyone wants more details, but go ahead. All right, so our materials. We don't have exact things picked out just yet, and part of the nature of this project is that it will be publicly funded, so we will have to have an open bid. But we're envisioning some sort of a red modular brick that has a velour, sort of assuming that it's going to have a good range on it. It's not just going to be monochromatic, and we're assuming a buff colored mortar. We will have fiber cement as the primary, or as the secondary material, and looking at some natural dark gray, light gray colors, and you can see some of the other materials that we're thinking here. Thank you. All right. I know we're way over time, so I apologize, but there are a lot more details. You all asked for some very specific things. So there's more details on how we think the construction of the brick is going to work, the returns at window jams, details on the canopies, and happy to answer any specific questions, but kind of looking at a little bit of decorative brickwork at that ground floor at the retail bays, and then going into a more standardized coursing once we get higher up. Some information for you on the type of windows that we're planning on. And these will be, the project is targeting FIAS, so a passive house design. So these will be very high-quality windows with extremely low air infiltration rates. And some more information about where the mechanical equipment is on the roof, so you can understand the context for screening. And go ahead to the next one. It's just an image of the large pieces of equipment we're going to locate in the center, directly over the hallways. We think that they will be naturally screened just from the geometry of the building. But if we find that additional screening is needed, we're planning on using something very similar to the screening that we'd be using on the ground, unless there are specific comments from the bar otherwise. And then a view for you all from Wortland of the main pedestrian entrance. Okay. Just a few more views for context. So this would be the view from 10th Street. And we can skip over the whole appendix. That was all for Jeff, specific things he wanted to see. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, do we have any questions from the public? All right. Any questions? Yes, sorry. Feel free. Come on up.
I have lots of questions, but just one right now. Why do you need lighting, like you had the sconce lighting, like on the third floor or so? Why do you need that?
It was intended to accentuate architectural features. I don't think it is required.
'Cause, I'm concerned just about lighting in general, that it's not trespass lighting going out and affecting other people. All right, thank you.
If I can offer, so with the new ordinance, exterior lighting incorporates what you all have been, the BAR has been ahead of the curve on, the requirement that it's dimmable 3000K and the color index. It is not, I think it still would be fine to use one of the, should you all move forward with this, one of the conditions that we've traditionally used, and that if there are, the applicant agrees that if there are any concerns expressed about brightness or glare, that steps will be taken, reasonable steps will be taken to address that. But internally, the fact that we've got this now encoded in the ordinance, that we don't have to address lighting in a condition, helps things out.
Do we have, I guess I see that it's like uplighting. Do we not have like dark sky ordinance?
So there's a requirement, it has to meet what's in the ordinance. Dark sky is kind of one of those things that's like, we say it and refer to it, but we've got the ordinance. But again, if there's something that, if there's a concern that these might be too bright or the glare is too much, you guys can address it with a condition.
Any other questions from the public? You said you had a lot, you sure?
Well, this might be your only chance to ask questions.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Okay.
Just making sure.
Questions from the BAR?
The retaining walls are all going to be brick?
Yeah, so our intention is that where faces are exposed, that they match the building. So they'll be complementary, either the same brick or very similar brick to the building.
Echo.
Is there anything specific about the way you're being funded that has an effect on the way you're designing the building or the way that you have to build it? I'm referring more specifically to sometimes there's like a two-part or a three-part breakdown to funding these projects, like a 9-4-4, something similar to that.
That the current the current plan right now is a 9-4 twin, so you got the wording right. And does that affect design, exterior?
Or construction.
Or construction?
Yeah.
We'll have to have, We'll have to have 2 construction contracts, and the buildings will operate as one, but because it's 2 financing structures, you have to, basically, Virginia Housing, as lender, not tax credit group, they will need to do an exercise, underwriting exercise to make sure each building can operate independently. So we've got the main management functions in that pedestrian entrance, and down in the concrete podium is our commercial space in daycare on 10th Street. So we would, it's not the design, but when it's underwritten, they have to, Virginia Housing has to believe that the management function could be in one of those retail areas. Does that answer your question? I mean, we also have to, they have to operate independently, which is an architectural and design challenge, because we really just want to do 180 units of multifamily affordable housing.
And operate it as one.
And operate it as one. But we have to, it's just this extra complication, but that's how to get enough financing to build it.
I mean, other than the separation of the podium and up above, are there other separations? Are there any other design challenges that resulted?
So, yeah, Virginia Housing has some very specific requirements about the materials and what they consider a durable material. So it's very challenging for us to use materials that aren't brick or fiber cement. And it potentially loses the development team points when they're trying to competitively beat another team out to win funding.
We just had the finance team, not the architect, just had a meeting with all of Virginia Housing about the twin deal. It's a required step, and they hinted towards potentially requiring fire ratings between this this line between the two developments, so that it's an added challenge. I hope they don't do that, but it is as it relates to the design of the building, there are a few things we have to do extra. I don't know on related to the exterior.
Other than the brick and the other materials?
Well, that's not due to the twin.
That's not due to the twin.
That's
That's just a
that's
different-
just Virginia Housing's very prescriptive.
Yeah.
They're very prescriptive on the brick and the hardy and the mix.
Right.
We have
There's-
to cover the entry doors too. They must be covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I got a couple questions. So I think you answered by email the question about the trees, although your response had to do with Wortland Street, and I'm more thinking about 10th Street,
Okay.
where it looks like you have a lot more space between the building and the trees, and the species you've picked are definitely very columnar. So because there's a power line only exists for a very short segment of that elevation, I'm wondering if there's another reason that we can't get some actual trees there.
Yeah, so I know that the landscape architect provided an answer. If you feel like it didn't really answer the question, I'm certainly happy to go back to him and ask more nuanced questions. But part of his concern is, this is yet another thing, that Virginia Housing will not allow a tree at full growth to be to touch the building at all. We have to have clearance. And so if you think of the predominant street trees that we are allowed to have in the city of Charlottesville, or that are suggested in the city of Charlottesville, a lot of them are 50, 60 feet. And so we're looking at something where we have maybe 12 to 8 feet of clearance between the center line of where we're gonna plant this tree and the face of the building. So there may be other species out there that we can find that would be a better fit. But right now, we're struggling to find something that the planning staff and the staff at NDS will approve, that's also going to not touch the building at all and not need maintenance to not touch the building.
This was actually a question that came up last night in the planning commission towards project going, or building going on in Kindlewood, which I guess I
Yeah.
think is probably from your office as well.
Yes.
Yeah, and-
the
and
question
us
was
too.
more- Oh, you guys, okay. And the question was, what happens when zoning conflicts with Virginia housing?
Right.
And the trees are part of our zoning, and the BAR is a zoning overlay. So I'm wondering what happens when we end up being a little more forceful and saying, no, you need to give us some actual trees, at least in this location where it's, the trees are further away from the building than other places in town where we've required larger street trees. I'm kind of wondering has that ever happened?
Well, because our ordinance is new, I think we're all learning together. But I think if you have specific comments that you want to, put on the project, conditions you want to put on the project, then we'll work with the landscape architect, we'll work with city staff to figure out, what in the options that we have is a better choice. There must be something that can thread the needle better than the choice that we've made. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find the perfect tree that's gonna be able to do all the things. It might have to be perhaps a little more ornamental and maybe not as much shade is being provided, but maybe we can find something that's gonna sort of thread that needle and give you the things you're looking for.
I wish our landscape architect was still on the board, because I feel like it's not, the concern of trees touching buildings doesn't actually seem to be in reality, not actually a concern. Trees they have a tendency, most will stop before
Yeah.
they actually do anything to the building.
I'll reserve my comments on that particular Virginia housing requirement.
Okay, sorry. Anyways, and I'm wasting time here. Let's see, you mentioned retaining wall. You've got some, I was a little confused, you have the security lighting for, I think it's for your, it's on the west side of the building. It shows up on the third floor plan. Where is that relative to the ground plane?
So, yes, so when you, actually, Kate, if you can go to the elevation when we're looking from that historic little commercial house. Sorry, it is.
Is it the one with the grayed out building superimposed?
Yeah, the grayed out building superimposed. Or the view from Stacy Hall, either one of
Yeah,
those would be
Stacy.
helpful. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find what page that's on.
Which is this packet, so.
Keep going, keep going.
I'm sorry.
No. Well, we had a delay, so that was.
Okay, it looks like page 31 or page 29 would do it.
Oh,
There you go.
right
That
there.
works.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see here we're only a 4-story building. So 2 stories are actually physically underground at that top corner, all the way up near 10th and a half Street.
So,
So the light is shown as if it's on the 3rd floor because based on grade, you are only 1 floor up.
So it would, I think I'm seeing what might be 2 little
Yeah,
light
you can
fixtures.
see
So,
the light
okay.
between those 2
So they're above the
windows.
windows that are 1 story above the ground, basically. Okay,
Right there.
gotcha. All right, yes, okay. That makes sense. Just wanted to, okay.
Yeah, it does, it seems very odd in plan, but
I thought that might be the case, but I just wanted to, thought I had another question. I think that's gonna be it for me for now.
I got one other question. Just what was your reason? What was your true reason for stopping at 6 stories?
it has a lot to do with funding. If we go above this number of stories, then we would have to change to a different type of construction that would be much more costly on a square foot basis. And so we'd have to go a lot more stories to make it worth our while.
Right.
But at this point, honestly, we don't think we have the parking to support more units. So it's not worth it to go higher.
And I would add, so yeah, that's right. When you change construction type, you need many more units to get back at par where you were at 6 stories. And then back to funding, that is way too, it's way too big for the pool of Virginia housing 9% tax credits that is allocated to Northwest, North Central pool. Charlottesville is a part of it. Goes all the way up to Front Royal, Winchester, but
Yeah. Gets out of scale with the region.
yeah, it's you could do it in Northern Virginia, but you could not.
They assume we don't have urban infill because we're too rural.
Charlottesville's unique for the pool.
Interesting.
I have a question. So the revised elevation on page 23A with the yellow doors shown, are you removing the metal screening, the decorative metal screening in this version?
Yeah, so we looked at keeping it, but it feels awkward. It feels like it's at your feet because of that new little retaining wall. And so we did remove it from the final version that the BZA approved. But we did, we kept the other components, the site furnishings, the plantings, all those other pieces are still assumed to be in that. But yes, we did remove the metal screens.
And so the retaining wall is, how is that functioning on site? Is that just for planting, just like a planting area, or?
I think you can, sorry, it's a little small on the screen, but I think you could just
Yeah.
see it in this section here. It's kind of in a peach-colored box in this section. And so it will, I think it will kind of feel like a raised planter for functionally. We may end up needing to put some rails in there because I think it's going to be very tempting for kids to kind of get up there and want to jump off the end of it. So we'll have to find the balance there of making it feel like a planter and making it safe. We know this is going to be family housing, so there will be children.
Sure. And I'm sorry, maybe you described this before in your presentation, so I apologize if you did. But the purpose of that retaining wall is what exactly?
Yeah, so there is sort of a quirk in the zoning code that says if we have parking, and in this case, this is a parking garage behind this wall, that if we have parking, we must screen it. And so the ways that we can screen it are prescribed in the zoning code, and one of them is to build a retaining wall and then also screen the retaining wall with landscaping in front of it. So that's what we're proposing to do.
So it's visual.
So there's not a flat sidewalk behind that with stairs down. It's just,
It'll be planting up above, so the sidewalk is at that slope that you see, it's existing.
I just had a quick question. Am I correct, there's no pedestrian entrance off of 10th Street?
There is a secondary pedestrian entrance. Actually, there's two. There's one into the garage where people coming and going with their bikes could go. And then there's another one that is sort of right parallel with Retail Bay 4, which would be our proposed daycare space. So people could kind of come and go from the residential portion
Right.
through that small secondary lobby also.
Sorry, remind me, is that closer to Main Street or closer to?
That is-
Closer to Main Street. It's on the Main Street side of the
Yep.
parking entrance.
So
Yeah, I guess I foresee like the draw of Main Street and all the amenities that are up there. It's gonna turn that into your main entrance where most foot traffic's gonna go out that.
Your
that way.
mailboxes, your package room, your leasing office, all your amenity spaces are at this the main residential entry.
Sure.
So I think a lot of people will come and go that way, but I hear you that, I mean, especially having the garage there, people will get used to coming that way too.
Yeah. Okay.
How many parking spaces?
The garage currently contains 83. But we have, I think, almost 200 bike parking spaces. That is the minimum, what we have is the minimum required by ordinance for bike parking.
Just following up on Mr. Zemer's comment, I see that there is a proposed sidewalk on the Stacy Hall side. Are you imagining that most traffic, like foot traffic of residences, will come like off of Main Street down that sidewalk?
No, so on the Stacy Hall side, there is a small sidewalk there. It is only because they have an existing egress door on their property, and they need that door to continue to be functional. So the sidewalk is for them, for their emergency egress only.
Okay.
And the sidewalk is just connecting a rear parking lot and a front parking lot. So someone who wanted to walk across that sidewalk would literally have to walk diagonally through a parking lot. So I don't think it would be attractive to the average pedestrian.
Now, we do have indication, no timing, that that's being rethought by the university, that space. So they have looked at our design with an eye to, someday maybe that will be a pleasant walk, is my thought. Okay, I don't know the timing.
Yeah, but it's their site, so we don't know what they'll do.
Yeah, we are 80-year ground lease renters of the area above the ground, but yes, UVA Foundation will always own it.
Do you have a rendering of of that condition, just the retaining wall and sort of how high it is in relation to?
So I think it's actually easier to see on a site plan.
Yeah.
If you go to one of the landscape site plans.
I guess, Kate, is it the heart of your question that there's going to become a goat path?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm.
Sorry, Mr. Zemer, I don't want to get this laser right in your eyeballs, but it's right here. So this is Stacy Hall, and there's a sidewalk. Their egress door is right about here where this P in apartments is. So it's just to allow them access out of the egress door to their front and rear parking lots. And so the retaining wall is this sort of orange colored wall up here.
And as I recall, above, or basically below the word proposed sidewalk right there, that's a sliding door, isn't that, it's a big, like, garage door for the back of Stacy Hall. I'm not sure what's done in there.
So does this back parking lot slope down to Wordland?
Yeah, it's sort of a gentle curve that gets much steeper as you get right to the sidewalk.
And do you imagine the meadow area to be occupiable space?
We are discussing that right now, whether or not that will be open or fenced, I don't know. But it is, for the development team, it is an area of safety concern.
And yeah, we also are discussing with our neighbors, University of Virginia.
And the other neighbors too.
Yes.
So that,
Behind that retaining wall, it says service area. It is service for,
So that's where this area right here is where loading will occur. So when people move in and out of the building, they can utilize that space. And then right here is our main trash room. So this service area is physically depressed to be a little bit lower than the street. But Stacy Hall is much higher than that. So the retaining wall will be to kind of hide and screen this lowered service area.
How high is that retaining wall back there?
The highest point is 11 feet. And it's, I believe it's 1.5 feet at the edge of right-of-way.
and vehicles will be able to come into that service area?
Just a single truck would be able to pull in. It would have to back out, but just one truck at a time.
Right, and that is like for trash and to move people in and out.
It could be trash, it could be moving, and it could be FedEx or UPS. But that's no one else would be using that space.
Are there any more questions from the BAR? Alrighty, we'll move on to our comments section. Any comments from the public? Anybody online? All right. Comments from the BAR?
All right, I'll go first since a quick little thing, check our zoning code on the rooftop equipment, because I think it has changed that you actually have to provide screening now. It looks like the only things that might stick up are your air handling, the big fresh air units or whatever. And so, okay. I'm still worried about the Wortland Street facade. I think the only change you guys have made from the last time is you've added another color. And I don't think it really does anything. There's a lot of articulation happening that you're trying to do, but it's all within about 2 feet, or the plane's all within 2 feet of each other. And I'm worried that, well, I know I've compared it to the standard before. It's 3/4 the length of the standard, so it's definitely not that, it's smaller. But it is still very long, and it seems to have less articulation, less activity going on than the standard does. And that unfortunately has been, that building is a mistake, unfortunately. So I'm not really sure what to do with it. I realize that this is affordable housing, so in that sense, it's different from if it were a big, giant student housing project. So, we are allowed to consider the comp plan in our deliberations. I will say the zoning code's way of dealing with a building that's too long, had you not gotten your exception, is that you'd have to cut a notch in the building. I think if you stuck it right in the middle of this, it'd be between 30 and 35 feet wide by 30 feet deep, which I think is deeper than your units are and probably wider than one of your 2-bedroom units, or close to it. I do wonder what would happen if you did maybe a slightly smaller notch that took you back to the corridor, similar to what you have. You have a little daycare courtyard on the south side, something similar to that on this north side to break up the facade, and then that would provide it may not be a heavily used outdoor space, but it would be an outdoor space that would be visible to the public and make your building feel a little bit more open to the public as opposed to being, I think we've described it as feeling a little bit walled off from the neighborhood. So I'm throwing that out there as a thought. I'm not entirely sure where I stand on that right now. Kind of want to get your reaction on that. I think it would be, you've got 180 units, so it would wipe out at least 5. That's, 5 affordable units the city doesn't get, but then again, it's less than 3% of your overall project. I don't know what that does to your numbers, your financial numbers. Some less severe things. I think I'm going to push you to, I would ask that you need to put some street trees on 10th Street where the power lines are not a problem. I understand what's happening on Portland. They definitely are up against the side of the building. But it's, 10th and Page is one of the hottest neighborhoods in the city because of its lack of tree cover. And having more exposed pavement just continues to make that worse. And this is an opportunity to fix that. And I think that was the goal of the zoning code, was to try and fix that throughout the city. And I think you heard a little bit of grumbling about the lights. I think that's a minor point, the up-down lights in the corners. I don't think they do much for you. It'd be probably a little bit better just not to have them. So I'm going to leave that monkey wrench out there for the rest of the BAR to kind of toy with, if I'm crazy or not. But yeah, that's my commentary for this.
So, Mr. Zimmer, if I can help with so on the lighting, and as I said, we've long referred to a dark sky ordinance, though in the old ordinance it didn't use the word, but it's just a few helpful things, if you don't mind. In our BADC district design guidelines that were adopted in 2012, there is reference to Charlottesville has a dark sky ordinance, and that requires full cutoff for lamps that emit 3,000 or more lumens. The updated zoning for exterior lighting, specifically unshielded fixtures, and that would be uplighted fixtures that aren't shielded, may be used when the max initial lumens are less than 1,600. So our current ordinance even lower than that reference dark sky requirement in the old guidelines. So this is a pretty standard comment that we've used in other conditions if you all wish to. But we've had some conversation internally, and this does, under the current code and with the understanding, that addresses dark sky, and then it addresses the concerns about glare and brightness. And I will just offer, I have a question I'm addressing right now on the project, the Verve project over by the university, where they're doing some architectural lighting. And so I'm drafting a condition that specifically refers to coordinating with the university observatory, if there are any concerns. But I'm comfortable that this condition has worked, and I've noticed ever since, again, the BAR kind of led the charge in reducing the color temperature, and I do not get the complaints about lighting that I used to get, unless someone has broken the rules. So if that's of help, but I can answer any questions when you get to the discussion.
Thank you. Other comments? Do we want to tackle it's my understanding that you guys have applied to the PAZ for the administrative approval on the length, but that hasn't been approved yet.
Yeah, it's still out for public comment.
So we can weigh in on it.
Most likely will.
So do folks let's talk about that, I think, if we can focus that. Carl's kind of set it up for us. I tend to agree with Carl. I think it'd be nice if there was a way to provide some openness into the courtyard in the middle. I don't necessarily feel like this proposed solution does that from the public view, right? It's a nice amenity for the lobby of the building itself, but it doesn't really address the public walking down the street. So I think that and I also think that just because I think you had a diagram where they were sort of at the eye level was looking into the base of the building, you still would see a light shaft, if you will, above you, and from across the street probably be able to see into the courtyard as well. So I think it's a good idea. I also think the depth of articulation could be increased, and that would give more shadow lines and a little more variety on the Portland Street side. So I'll stop there in terms of if that's our current topic, but we'd like to hear others.
So I'll start with smaller stuff. I liked the
Sorry,
lands.
wanted to focus on that,
Okay.
if we can, and then go through that topic, and then
Okay.
we can move on to other
Yeah,
stuff.
that's
if
fine. Okay, then
helps keep us focused.
That sounds like a good idea. Because I think that is the main topic after all, and so why skirt around it?
Thanks.
So I agree. I think that the main issue I was going to bring is that the scale in Portland doesn't feel appropriate. That's something in our guidelines that's pretty crystal clear about being an important thing to adhere to, and given the fact that this is a transition point between the main street and Wortland, I think special care needs to be made from an argument standpoint. Just from an appearance standpoint, it still feels so big to me, and in the other study sessions that we've had, we've brought this issue up. And I think Carl really did a great job just now of explaining the heart of the matter. When I look at the landscape inside, the thing that concerns me, and while I think it's an intriguing plan, it just doesn't feel like a space you're going to want to be in the way it is currently set up with the 6 stories. The winter solar study kind of tells the story plainly enough. It's going to be a really dark space, and I'm concerned about what could grow there, honestly, if anything. So So I guess I second and third the comments about the need for, the hope for some break in that building side. The other thing I was going to mention about the lengths of the facade is the Main Street side feels to me very similar to the Wortland side, with a few exceptions of the color variations. And I would
Main Street or 10th Street?
Sorry, 10th Street. Yeah, 10th Street feels to me to be just similar enough where it just doesn't, there isn't enough of a change to orient me to where I am. And further, when I'm looking at the Main Street side in particular, or sorry, the 10th Street side, from a detailing standpoint, the cement paneling is a concern to me in the way that it's in the prominent masses. I think because the materiality is harder to sort of detail, and so when you start turning corners, it gets to be even harder. And so I worry about the longevity of that. And I would, if you're just focusing on the materials, I would think that replacing that with a brick or a more durable material where you have the corners, and maybe swapping that out with the, if you have to put the cement paneling in there as a percentage, doing it in the infills where you don't have to worry about the more prominent corner locations. And I just wonder if there's a way to blend that idea with the greater idea of how do you differentiate the two different facades. So that's all, since we're talking about facades and lengths, I'll stop there.
I agree with you all about wanting to break down the mass of the building on the Wortland side. Just for the sake of discussion, one idea would be to slice it sort of in on the 10th Street facade, like open it up closer to the 10th Street side, if possible. I could imagine your courtyard coming out at that. Is the courtyard at the commercial, is it above that podium level?
The
Right.
courtyard is,
Courtyard is on top of the,
yes, the courtyard
deck.
is here.
Right, so that
you'll be
first, oh, go
If
ahead.
you're closer to 10th Street, it'll be a full story higher than you.
Gotcha. Maybe consider breaking the facade at that first bay on the left, the dark gray there. Just an idea to allow that courtyard to sort of peek out into public space a bit. The other comment I have is about the entrances, the vehicular versus pedestrian, and kind of not really understanding the plan fully, but kind of wishing that those two were flipped. If the pedestrian could be closer to Main Street with the vehicular entrance off of Wortland Street.
We picked the vehicular entrance location because there is currently an entrance to a parking lot there. It is also the lowest point on the entire site, so it allows us to bury the garage more quickly.
That makes sense. Is there a way to sort of make the pedestrian entrance on 10th Street a little bit more of a main entrance?
I think it's still a very attractive entrance. It has large storefront windows. It has a large covered canopy. As soon as you get in there, there is a small lobby. There is also an elevator. So I think there's good access. It just doesn't have any of the amenities that the other entrance has.
Okay.
So I think it will still be a very attractive place. And I think some people will prefer that entrance, particularly those who don't use cars on a regular basis.
So I know that we commented on this early on about that entrance off 10th Street in terms of, I personally feel like it's going to cause traffic jams. And I agree, it's not necessarily our purview, but the entrance itself is part of the building, and that's our purview. So I wonder if, let me phrase this right, is there a way to use curb control or something such that you could only allow right turns off of 10th Street into that? Or maybe talk to your traffic engineers, because I think people coming down the hill from Main Street trying to turn left into that is going to cause problems and traffic
That's a great
jams.
point.
I agree, yes, there's already a parking lot there, but it's not a residential parking lot, and so you're going to have a lot more in and out traffic. So just consider that.
Yeah. And there is, a traffic demand management plan was submitted to the city, and I'm not sure of the results of that review process,
Okay.
but it is in progress.
Great. Thank you. So I think for the Wortland Street side, at least, I'm hearing support for breaking up that mass in terms of somehow getting some sort of, I'll call it a light shaft or a notch, to use Carl's term, to the courtyard itself.
Well, to be clear, I was not saying go all the way as deep as the courtyard. I was
Okay.
saying just go as deep as the corridor. Because I can see how asking us to have asking for there to be access to the courtyard would be, I can understand that being problematic.
Sure.
And visual access as well, I can see that it's never actually going to be visually accessible from the street because it is higher up, almost everywhere. But it would create a notch of sorts that goes at least to the corridor would create an outdoor space that would feel more, it may not be accessible to the public, but it would be visible to the public and make the building just a little bit less fortressy.
And it might create a third design feature that may bring on a slightly different material that may break up the general monotony of that particular facade.
I wonder
you
if
know?
it
I think-
almost could be a pocket park with your retaining wall there, where you've got an elevated planter, if you will. like,
Yeah.
That turns more into a little pocket park for the residents themselves.
I mean, I think you can hear the pain in all of our, we understand that you're working with serious limitations, and I think we all understand those limitations, but, you know, we're also trying to make this the best project it can be. And I think there are a number of different ways of solving this, whether it's a slot, you know, a slot or I was even thinking of like more of an elevated arch open way that has a bridge over it, or whether it's just a much more pronounced indentation, something that creates a pause between that corner and the rest of the run up Wortland Street.
Okay.
I do want to say that as a composition, I mean, you can tell you guys have worked hard.
Yeah.
It's not a bad building. It's just, you know, the standard was, it looked good on paper. It looked really good on paper. And I think that's where there's some hesitancy, that we've learned some lessons, that when you have a building that's just this long, and especially on a street where, I mean, our guidelines talk about in transitional areas on West Main, you know, should not overpower the traditional scale, the majority of the buildings on the street. If the footprint is larger, the massing should be reduced to relate to the smaller scaled forms of the residential structures, so Wortland
May I ask a
is.
clarifying question? Do you take that requirement about relating to the buildings on the street to mean Main Street or the street this building sits on?
So I recognize that it's in the Main Street district, but it's also fronting the Wortland Street district. So across the street is, I'm looking at the context on the Wortland. And it's I understood that, yes, this is the Main Street district, but our guidelines do talk about neighborhood transitional buildings. Well, actually, it mentions Institutional multi-lot buildings, by their nature, will have larger footprints, particularly along the West Main Street corridor and in the 14th and 15th Street area of the Venable neighborhood. The massing of such large-scale structures should not overpower the traditional scale of the majority of, sorry, I doodled on top of this. There's a big outline in front of it. There we go. The majority of nearby buildings in the district in which it is located. So it's, I don't think we're overstepping by asking that the transitional portion of the West Main District relate to its adjacencies, especially when those adjacencies are also historic. But even on West Main, I guess the standard set its own context. So it would be unfortunate to have to say you have to relate to something that I think we've all discovered is not what the context should be.
And
If that
I
makes
think,
sense.
I think for me, the point is that you have such different identities on those two streets. And to me, that's more of the issue here. It's not relating to any particular building on 10th or any particular building on Wordland. It's just that they're very different locales, you know, and they represent different, you could almost say different design control districts. So I think that's the reason why we're focusing more on the Wordland side than we are the 10th Street side. I think the 10th Street side, like, as far as the massing goes and the design, I'm with Carl. It's obvious you guys have put a lot of good time into this and a lot of good design work. So I'd want to commend you on that. But it's just I think it's the importance of recognizing the change of character, the change of identity as you work your way around the corner, and respecting that in the design, so we have some good precedents moving forward as these kinds of buildings, grow every which way.
All right, so, do we feel like we can take a vote on this? Do we feel like we can put conditions on this? I think the tricky part is this Wordland Street side. I think we need to move along. So, you have a suggestion?
I don't think that, so I guess it's up to you guys if, I understand that you filed a major development plan or whatever it's called. So hopefully you guys are still able to be moving through that without having BAR approval to be able to get your tax credit application moving along. Although we did kind of throw a pretty big, we may have given you a big problem with that, and I'm not sure if we did or not.
So the major, when we were last with you, the major development plan path, we didn't know about, and so I was working on it under the understanding that we needed to have a BAR approval by March 13th, or we wait another year. But I'm just sort of thinking on my feet here. We did say to Virginia Housing, through one of their required processes, if you're going to apply in March, we did tell them the number of units that we're going to build. So the loss of 5, I mean, I'd have to double check, but I think that's problematic if we lose 5 units. For being able to submit an application, this is finance driven. With the major development plan approval path available to us, we'd be, we could come back. We could, but I don't know right now if we can do anything but 180.
I guess where I was going with that is if you guys wanted to, I don't know if we're going to budge or not. I guess that's up to the rest of the board. But if we don't, would you guys want to defer, or would you want us to deny you so you could take it to council?
That doesn't get into March.
No, it doesn't. I don't think either way does, unfortunately.
I mean, we don't need BAR approval for March 13th.
Okay.
So, and that's, I just learned this since we were last with you. So, given the two choices you've given, I'd like to come back and have you not take action. Right, Liz?
I mean, you were the developer, so.
I know, but you live here and,
Well,
And Jeff, remind us on
if I can offer,
the deferral, if they request it,
so,
et cetera.
because this is the first time you are viewing it, you all can defer, but that then requires a resubmittal in time for the March meeting, which,
because we're already a week short because of
Yes.
a delayed.
So,
No way.
Okay.
We're
so,
not gonna make it, because we have to submit our
Yeah.
application.
so the preference, I think, if I were advising the
deny.
applicant, would be request a deferral, in which case then they
Gives
have
them time.
the time to prepare. And, but I just want to caution again, are we been absolutely clear, both groups here, of what the expectations are, so that, because I know we've left some meetings and they're going crystal clear, and then it wasn't, so I just want to be absolutely certain. So my suggestion is the applicant request deferral, the BAR accept that request.
we would request a deferral to an undetermined time in the future, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, just, I guess before we accept that, just to make sure that we're all holding to this, that we definitely want to see modifications to the Portland Street facade to try and break it up some more. Ron's very quiet.
Can I just offer
Very
an
frustrated.
idea?
I'm very frustrated. I've been very quiet about this, but I actually don't like this building whatsoever. But I also don't feel like it's necessarily my purview looking at the context. Unfortunately, on West Main Street, I don't find it particularly out of context. I wish we could change the context, but I don't think we can do that.
Yeah.
So, listening to my more accomplished colleagues with regard to architectural knowledge, perhaps the breaking up of the Portland Street facade would make it a much more acceptable building, but it looks like a fortress. It just is not a very attractive building, and it's very hard for me to describe it other than looking like a fortress to me. I don't like Kindlewood. I think it's not a very attractive building. And there are a whole bunch of other buildings down on Broadway Street that I also don't think are very attractive. Again, I understand it's a financing problem, but I do wonder what damage we might be doing, if anything, to the historic district. That all being said, given the context, I think that probably I would be able to approve this building, but I wouldn't feel good about it. But I think I would be following the design rules if I were to do that. But that sounds a bit contradictory, but I think that coming back with a different design with regard to the Worthing Street facade would be helpful. And to be sure to check on whether or not you do absolutely have to have 180 units, which you'll obviously have to do in order to make those changes, perhaps.
Yeah, that's not something I worry, and I think I'm right, that, we're locked at 180 if we want to submit an application on March 13th, which reduces our options when we do come back to you.
Yeah.
Full transparency, not hoodwinking at all. It's a constraint that conflicts with Carl's advice that everybody seems to agree with, sorry, Mr. Schwartz, that everybody seems to agree with. Just trying to think about how to get from here to starting construction successfully, and knowing everybody's working, in good faith, including us. So, I will have to request a deferral, and we can work with Jeff on answering what I'm concerned about the being locked at 180.
And I think you guys were gonna meet with us in pairs last month, and that kind of went away.
That was a mistake. I miscommunicated, sorry.
Okay.
There was actually a very positive conversation where we went down and sort of said, what are the types of things? That's why you see a lot more details here. So I misunderstood what they were asking. But you all are certainly open to that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is if you wanted to do that again, or try again.
The one thing that we have to be very careful with is the appearance of
Right.
going behind the curtain and making deals with you all. So we have to be very transparent in our interactions together.
Understood. And I think we have to be equally cautious of that.
Yeah.
Is your footprint totally maxed out on the retaining wall side? Is it as far up to
We have retaining walls on multiple sides, so I'm not sure which side.
where the service entry side?
I believe that we have some easements in that area that are constraining us. So I believe we are up, I believe the footing is up against the easement.
You're suggesting like building over the service entrance
Yeah,
to make up the missing units, so to speak?
yeah. I was thinking that. I was also thinking, about higher, but we talked about that being a constraint, obviously, from a cost standpoint.
I think one thing we should be clear about, because I think we were all saying something slightly different. I don't see a need to see the courtyard.
I'm willing to concede that. That's,
Sure.
Okay.
yeah, I understand that. I think this is, as we've heard, like, this is a super challenging building, because I think what I'm hearing from most of the board is the 10th Street side seems to react to Main Street pretty appropriately, but it's the Wortland Street side that's having a challenge looking across the street, basically. You've got 3 old houses, right, that are diminutive in scale. I think we also spoke a while back about the Coca-Cola building there on the corner. It's like maybe that's somewhere to draw inspiration as sort of a transitional building, that it's a industrial style building, but at a residential scale somewhat. And so I wonder if there's even some of the architectural details there with the like slight gabled parapet on the top of the Coke building, maybe even just some of those detailings that change the Wortland Street side of the building. It doesn't, all 4 sides don't have to look the exact same, I
Yeah.
guess, in my opinion.
I want to go back to a comment that Mr. Timmerman made about the materiality and potentially switching, like the outside corners being brick rather than the fiber cement. I think that's a great suggestion, and wonder if that would also help bring down the scale on the Wortland Street side at all. And is that a possibility? Are you locked into sort of the materials as described in the drawings?
We are locked into approximately 50% of each, but that is the only commitment we've made to date.
Okay.
And that is a commitment made to date, and that is the way to win the competition for scarce 9% tax credits is 50/50. But
I did notice some brick on those hidden elevations, I guess that's the south and the west. You have some brick there.
And no elevation is really hidden, you can see them
Oh, yeah,
from
okay.
Main Street and from Stacy Hall.
Yeah, yeah.
The other comment I want to make is there's the elevation on sheet 29. If you could go to that. So this one feels very regular to me, and then the one on, I guess is that the 10th Street? Not that one.
The one from 10th and a half Street
Yes.
with the little house.
Yeah, that one has a more sort of, I don't know, it has more variety and more kind of playfulness that may be more appropriate on the Wortland Street side, perhaps. Something to think about. Maybe that could also reduce that sort of fortress feeling that Mr. Bailey described.
Boy, I love that big screen. You look up and go, oh, I see it. If I just could Just to clarify the previous comment, so, yeah, I met with their design team, and yes, they had expressed, they want to be completely transparent and not have any discussion. So I just will share with you all that my discussions with them were primarily to say, all right, what is the information that they need to prepare for the BAR? And that's where we talked about these elevations of, the not so visible elevation. What's the view from Stacy Hall? Providing some building wall sections and details. And I'm very grateful. They were very responsive to that, and it had been great to work with. But the one thing I wasn't able to advise them on is what is the design, that the BAR wants to see. But we were really discussing what information is necessary for you all to make a decision. And so I guess I would just also ask that question, if in terms of how this is presented, if there is anything additional that you would like to see that would help.
I think we'd like to see them explore tree species on 10th Street for the street trees, see if there's something that can give, meet y'all the Virginia housing requirements, but also try and give us a little more shade and depth. I think we've talked about the lighting. Jeff, you can send them our typical verbiage on lighting, and then it sounds a lot like trying to find a way to bring a more residential scale to the Wurtland Street facade.
But the material, the design sections, the information.
This is a very complete application. I will say, brought this up in our pre-meeting, your windows are great, but the specific brand is great. So if you guys end up changing that later on, it would, you'd have to run that by Jeff, just because they are technically a plastic window, which we usually have to be careful with, but I know these are a very high quality window.
Yeah, we will have a very high requirement for the air infiltration. So I think there's maybe only 3 windows on the market right now that could even meet that threshold.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind seeing what that's a big retaining wall at the end of the service drive, so if there's a way to just capture what that perspective looks like, and who knows, if you end up making part of the building there, it might actually improve the condition where you're not just going way down into this kind of hard to turn around zone, but you're just going right into the building. Could be an opportunity.
Again, that is a utility easement, so it would be very difficult to build over.
Got it.
Do you guys have any other questions for us, based on all of this?
No, I think the deferral is the only move right now to keep us on track for the financing application. And I just need to sort of talk to some of our finance experts to find out about any change in the number of units, whether we're locked in. And if so, that is a constraint that we'll have to, I hope we can work together to manage.
Carl, going back to the notch, is there a certain depth that's required to
Zoning, so they got their exception, so no, there is no requirements. But if zoning did not give them the exception,
They technically haven't yet on the length of the building.
I think
It's
Yeah,
out
it is
for
technically
public
still out for
comment.
public comment.
well, okay. Zoning would require it to be the equal to the width of the notch up to 30 feet. So I think the notch itself has to be at least 30 feet wide if it's stuck right in the middle. So it wouldn't be required to be any deeper than 30. But I think 30 is deeper than, that would take it past their corridor.
I guess what's the shallowest that could be, but still maybe achieve what we're looking for?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that would be something that if you guys had to push back at us on that, because you have to have your 180 units,
I guess that's where I was going.
Yeah.
If they can play with their depths, maybe they can retain their units. I'm just offering it as an idea.
because the upper units are set
Does that make
back.
sense?
How far was that, 7 feet or so?
I believe it is 9'6".
Okay. I don't think it's gonna be enough, but that is something you could play with, is what if you copy the upper unit all the way down? Just again, I'm not, I don't think that's going to do it, but it would be worth investigating, especially if you're stuck on your, if you have to have the 180 units.
I think I just offer that as in the spirit of we want to try and get, we all want to try and get to where you're going, right?
Yeah,
So-
appreciate it. Can tell.
Yeah. So I think I'll make a motion that I'm hearing the applicant request a deferral.
Yes, we request a deferral.
So would the BAR like to accept a deferral of this COA? Second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So there was a motion by Mr. Zemer and,
Second by Mr. Tillman.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
all right,
Thank y'all so much. I know this is
thank you.
Thank you.
a lot of work.
Carl, so you brought up about like the roof screening, and I'm just
Yeah.
talking in general now, not particular project, but that's the thing with this form-based code, or at least the version of it that we're working with. That there are these three-dimensional elements that are, previously we had only just addressed it because, it was in the guidelines, but a lot of things are covered. The ordinance requires it. So I think that's one of the discussions as we go forward with reviewing the guidelines. Like, all right, to what extent do we need to condition something when the code takes care of it?
The only reason I brought it up was just because they have an actual section and they're trying to prove that it's not visible because you can't see it from the street. And that was, I just said, make sure you check the code and then make sure you're okay.
But yes, all right, thank you.
All right, so it's 7:05. Does anybody want to break? That was a long discussion, and I think this next one might also be long, so I'm going to call a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, they can't do that until after.
Yeah, that's not the right.
So that's why they have to go through this process faster.
All right,
Sorry to confuse you. No, let's get to the end.
let's call us back to order. Thank y'all. So our next certificate of appropriateness application is for 200 West Main Street. It is a COA request for demolition of a contributing structure. The front facade is non-contributing. Mr. Werner, would you like to give us the staff report, please?
Yes, sir, thank you. This is a COA request associated with 200 West Main Street. It's currently the Violet Crown Theater. I know that there have been discussions of a new building proposed at that site, but this application is regarding only the demolition of the existing structure, and in the review criteria for demolition is very clearly laid out in our ordinance and our design guidelines, and Ms. Richardson has shared that with you from the ordinance, so you can see that's the boundary in which your discussion for demolition can go. This building on West Main Street, 200 West Main, it had I think at one time was 200 to 212 West Main Street, but the current structures that you see in place were constructed in 1898 and then renovated in the 1930s, and over time there have been some alterations to both the front and the rear facades, including an addition out the back. The current facade, which you see here, was added in 2014. Prior to that, when it was renovated for Regal Cinema, the entire facade had been redone. And then the rear of the building facing Water Street, the section that's on Water Street, that was also renovated. So neither the north or south facades are original, and nor are they considered contributing. So the contributing structure that you're actually looking at relative to demolition is the sort of from the inside of the north elevation to the inside of the south elevation. And now we do know that prior to, as most of you know, the town was laid out in 1762, and this was designated Lot 41. We know that someone acquired it in 1786, and we know that in the 1870s there were some houses on the site and some buildings on West Main. Don't quite know all the stories associated with that, but then that's when in late 1800s they came in and constructed the brick commercial buildings that are the front buildings you see now. The building is known as the Gleason Roby Building. Again, built in 1898, it's a two-story brick structure. There were two mid-19th century brick structures on the mall and outbuildings. There were the western, one of the curious things about it is the western portion of this shows up on the old Sanborn maps as a moving pictures theater, so something new at the time. And again, we know as early as 1877 until at least 1920, there was a two-story frame building, and you see that there in the yellow. That bottom corner is where what's called the clock shop is, and that's not part of this proposal. So the building was used for commercial use, and between 1956, 1958, it was, I'm sorry, in 1938, it was renovated for the Leggett's Department Store, and then there were a series of alterations to the front. The most recent for the Leggett's building was this enamel and metal panels. So the request before you all tonight is for the demolition of the building. The applicant has offered some information in their narrative. I can just so that we cover the bases, just offer some quick comments from the staff report, and this is referring to the criteria for review of demolition. One of the questions is, what is the age of the property? And I noted that the approximately 90-foot deep front of the structure was constructed in 1898 with a rear addition in 1898 originally, rear extension in 1938. Is it on the National Register of Historic Places? And yes, it is a contributing structure in what's called the Charlottesville and Albemarle County Courthouse Historic District. I just want to note that that's a distinction. The question in the guidelines is about its designation on the state or national register. We know it's locally designated. We know it's a contributing structure to the downtown ADC district, which is the reason you all are reviewing it, have purview over demolition. But the question is it on the national register and the state register? Yes. And the question of whether and to what extent the building or structure is associated with an historic person, architect, master craftsman, or historic event, I know of no known associations. Whether the building or any of its features represents an infrequent or first or last remaining example in the city, my comment is the design materiality of the extent portions of the 1898 structure and the 1938 additions are not unique nor infrequent, nor is what is remaining the first or last remaining example of a brick commercial building in the city. The question of, is the building or structure of such old or distinctive design, texture, or material that it could not be reproduced without great difficulty? My opinion, the extant portions of the 1898 and 1938 structures could be easily reproduced. The question of the degree to which distinguishing characteristics, qualities, features, or materials remain. As I noted, the primary facade on the north and on the south had been removed, so they are no longer there. What remains is the early brick walls at the 2nd Street side and at the rear behind what is the clock building, 201 West Water Street. Those walls are simple and unadorned. Staff believes, and that's where I noted the visible section facing Water Street is part of the 1996 renovations. The question, whether and to what extent a contributing structure is linked historically or aesthetically to other buildings or structures within the district. I noted that the extent portions, the 1898 and 1938 portions, are linked historically and aesthetically to other late 19th century and early 20th century commercial and warehouse buildings in the downtown ADC district. However, the current primary facade as well as the rear facade are contemporary and not considered historic. The question is asked about the overall condition and structural integrity of the building, and whether a applicant has prepared a report by a qualified engineer. Staff response, we have not on staff examined the structure. However, it is currently in use as a movie theater, and there are no claims that it is structurally deficient or unsafe. So I would not have expected the applicant to send us a report saying so. The question of whether and to what extent the applicant proposes means or methods for moving the building or demolishing the structure such that preservation of portions, features, materials, et cetera, of the structure. To my understanding, the applicant intends to raise it entirely, so it's not being moved. There aren't features proposed to be incorporated into a new building. Additionally, our guidelines refer to our criteria in the ADC District Design Guidelines. The question is there a public necessity of the proposed demolition? For example, is it necessary because it's unsafe? I know of no public reason to raise this building. What is the public purpose or interest in preserving the building? The answer to that is per city code. Our code establishes historic districts, and within those individually significant properties with the intent to preserve and protect those buildings, which serve important visible reminders of the historic, cultural, and architectural archaeological heritage of the city. So the point being is The reason this was designated historic is the city council designated the overlay district because of the historic character of the building and the district. The question of the existing character of the setting of the structure or areas and its surroundings. I note that only the brick wall along Second Street and possibly a portion of the back wall behind 201 Water Street, they appear to be the only exterior elements remaining from the early 20th century building. The question of whether or not a relocation of the structure would be practical or preferable to demolition. My comment is I can't comment on the practicability of moving the structure, and that what remains of the original buildings, the side and rear walls, are not unique within the context of similar period, predominantly commercial structures downtown. The question of whether or not the proposed demolition would adversely or positively affect other historic buildings in this district. As I've noted, the character-defining facades were removed, now, granted that the incremental loss of historic resources does erode the character of any historic district. However, staff cannot discern if removing the remaining brick walls, which are prevalent downtown, would adversely affect the 71-acre ADC district or the 120-acre National Register district. And finally, the question of whether or not there's been a professional, economic, and structural feasibility study for rehabilitating or reusing the structure, or whether or not its findings support the proposed demolition. My answer is the building is not structurally deficient or unsafe, as I mentioned, and there was no evaluation necessary to evaluate its structural safety. And the applicant has provided in their narrative, which you all received, they're making the case for sorry, I'm going to refer to it directly, I guess the economic feasibility of the new project versus retaining the old. So with that, do you all have any questions for me? And I'll just also offer, I did share with Mr. Ziemer prior to the meeting a couple of conditions that we've used in other demolitions. I omitted that from the staff report, but I just want to make sure that those are included or that they're considered for inclusion if a motion is made. So with that, I believe the architect or the applicants are here and they can have the floor.
Thanks. First, an admin item. You'll see on the narrative, it's from Design Develop. I brought in that group, and you'll hear this later also on another project, Bob Pinio, to be more familiar, obviously, with the local applications. Kayla Slater is still here. I believe Joel's on the phone as well, that has tremendous experience in building buildings like this, but I like to have a local architect involved, so that's where that narrative came out, to send me confusion. I'm mostly here just if there are any questions, because the application, I think, speaks for itself. I'm bummed that Member Lewis isn't here because she read the entire thing on my first meeting here, and so I think we've done an adequate job of answering all those questions. And I think I even put in my application some of the condition that Jeff might be referring to, because Member Rosenthal was concerned about when the demolition, and I'm sensitive to that. So really just here if there's any specific questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we'll open the floor to questions from the public.
Just questions.
Just questions right now. We'll get to comments in a moment. Anybody online?
I have a question.
Sure, come up to one of the microphones. If you could, just state your name and your address.
Pardon me?
Please state your name and address.
Sure. Ted Mathis, 410 Oak Circle.
Great, thanks.
Did you say that this was on the Registry of National and State Historic Buildings?
I believe it. If you, that's
It's not
actually
individually listed,
That's
but
my
it is a contributing structure. I'll caveat that by saying that survey was completed prior to the 1996 alterations. So it's hard to say if that would still hold were we to reevaluate the National Register District, but it is currently identified as contributing.
Thank you. I just couldn't understand that before. And then just, and I apologize, it's really a question about process. The scope of the hearing today is strictly on demolition, not on what might happen post-demolition.
That's correct.
And in looking at, again, it's a scope question, I apologize, I just don't know the answer. In looking at demolition, do you consider, you guys went through the criteria that sound like that are broadly in there, but also, is it another committee or a different group's consideration of what the existing structure itself, not just as a building, but contributes to the community? That's probably the purview of another group, or is that?
Yeah, that's not the purview of the BAR. I think depending on how this application goes, let's just say if we were to deny it, then that could be, and then it was appealed to city council, then city council could take that into consideration. But it's not for the BAR to consider.
And if you then consider, if you go through all your criteria and you deny it, that's what happens. If you go through and you approve it based upon that criteria that doesn't factor, then where does that come into the discussion? Or does it not come into the discussion?
Well, as far as discussion goes, it would, a decision would have been made, and so they would have whatever the regulatory hoops and hurdles, like building permit, demolition permit, they'd have things to do. They could not go and just knock the building down. And so, we have typically required a condition where before something is raised, particularly something as prominent as this, that there is some decision-making on that something is replacing it. So whereas the board can't discuss or require some particular type of building, the point being that at least there's assurances that something is being proposed there and it doesn't get raised and become
Right,
an empty lot.
you don't want to raise an empty lot. But I'm just trying to say, and I recognize and respect that you have to do demolition separate from, so if we just even put off what's going to be there, I just still not clear, and maybe it's just me, and I don't want to take up more time that, but if fundamentally the question of what the structure as it exists today and as it contributes beyond, one of the things, it sounds like a lot of the considerations are the historical significance of the building, and that makes a lot of sense, but isn't there a part in the process where what it contributes to the current, community of downtown, even if we don't know what's going to be there, and we obviously have a pretty good idea what's going to be there, but even if you don't know that the loss of that in some way, somebody should be, but it just doesn't, that's what I'm trying to understand.
I guess the question is, if we were to approve the COA for demolition,
Yes.
is there an avenue for the public to protest that at city council level?
So to answer that, any aggrieved party can appeal. So if the BAR were to deny the request tonight, as we had last month with 144 Chancellor, the applicant has appealed that to council, and council can consider other circumstances. So the box in which the BAR works is it's
But I think the question is, if
constrained,
we approve
right.
the
But if they
COA,
approve the COA,
Yes.
similarly, any aggrieved party can appeal that to council, and council can consider other circumstances which are outside the BAR's purview. And any appeal of a denial would have to occur within 10 calendar days of the BAR's action. There is a fee for that, and it has to be a letter stating, what it is that the BAR got wrong, or what it is council should consider. So it can't just be, I appeal that. So there is a process to that.
That's if it's denied. If it's approved, it might not be an argument that the BAR got anything wrong.
That's right.
Because within the scope of what you were considering, that's kind of what
That's right.
And I know that's going to be a full discussion tonight and maybe after, but just trying to understand where's that opportunity for discussion, because obviously, if you approve a demolition based upon the box that you're looking at criteria, let's just say, by definition, then there's no way, at least as far as I know, for anyone else to weigh in on the subject of the existing structure's contribution
Correct.
to the community, because it gets demolished. And then there's just a question, which is a very important question, of now that we have a demolished structure, what should we build on that structure? But it isn't competing against the current structure
Right.
for in that in any way. And that's what, it just seems like there's a
I think
little bit of a
you're-
gap to me.
I think
but
I think the answer to the question is the appeal process.
Okay.
And that because council can consider outside factors that are beyond our purview.
I see.
i.e. the function of the building currently and how it contributes to the community, is what you're speaking to. I think maybe, do you know what the appeal fee is, Jeff, just so they know?
It's 125.
So,
Yeah.
so I
Okay.
think that would be.
So
your
in the
avenue.
event, and you have your process, and even if you reach that decision that you then approve based upon that, if somebody wanted to do that, they would then go through that process.
Correct.
It's best to ping me and make sure you get, but as for example, the circumstances at 144 Chancellor were such that the owner that we cannot afford to do what's necessary. We don't want to continue maintaining that.
Correct.
The BAR can't consider that. Council could, so that's the.
I can't consider the fact that I took my son to see Top Gun Maverick there
Exactly.
in my deliberation
Right.
tonight. Right.
Understand. That's why the process questions. Thank you very much for
Yes, sir.
answering those questions.
Thank you very much. That was a good question, and I think valuable for everybody to understand that process. Thank you. Other questions from the public? All right, questions from the BAR? He actually asked my question, which was clarifying the National Register status. Okay, let's do comments from the public. Ms. Keller?
Can I comment on my own thing?
Yes, but she's got the mic first.
I'll defer.
No.
Genevieve Keller, I'm president of Preservation Piedmont, and our advocacy committee has been talking about this over the last weeks and months. And we always have a concern when there's a demolition request, because we are a preservation group, and we would much prefer that the first round of any project look at continued use, adaptive use, how a building might be expanded on its site above its existing height or to the rear. We understand this is complex because it's in two different ownerships. Several weeks ago, I spoke with Mr. Levine, and he explained the project to me, and I expressed my concerns at that point, that we were not necessarily opposed to the project, but we're very concerned about demolition because we believe that demolition should be a very rare circumstance, particularly in a space like the downtown mall. As I said, we're a preservation group, so we're also concerned with the preservation of downtown, preservation of the downtown mall, preservation of our city, and preservation of our region, to keep it economically viable and to provide housing opportunities like you were just looking at. But you're not talking about the design going forward, you're talking about the demolition tonight. So we just ask you again to take that very seriously, make sure that there are safeguards so that if there were to be a failed project, we're not left with a hulk, we're not left with a vacant lot. And I would also say that it would be important to have some documentation, more than just architectural, but also community history that is related to this building, perhaps a phase one, maybe even a phase two, archaeology. I keep thinking it's part of Vinegar Hill, or at least the setting of Vinegar Hill, so what really happened there, Jeff's taken us through the Sanborn maps, but what families and what uses were associated there, it might be very interesting for us going forward in the future. And if new construction and new uses were to happen there, I would hope that there would be some interpretation of that beyond just the silly little plaque, something that really let us know what was the character of this area. I guess I'm probably the only person in this room that remembers what that area was like when there used to be a fire station and when there were residences across the street. It was a pretty important and dynamic part of our city, and I think that needs to go forward. And I'm going to kind of differ from Jeff a little bit in that in my career, I've always been concerned with the characteristic as much as the unique, and I do think that Second Street long brick wall is very characteristic Charlottesville of this part of the city. And if there's some way, I'm not asking that the wall be preserved, but if there's some way to reflect that and some kind of reuse and documentation. I know Mr. Penio's on the project, and he has abilities to do scanning and that sort of thing. It would be nice to do something kind of state-of-the-art along with that, and if there's any way some of it could be incorporated, if you should decide to approve a demolition, I hope you'll kind of take that to the nth degree of what you can do, because it's a really important part of our city, and it's the terminus, western terminus of the mall, and it really deserves careful consideration, whatever you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the public? I think you can comment from the public, sure.
Well, first of all, I was going to say I'm very jealous of Portland, because for almost a year, been trying to get to that part of the process with you to be talking about that detail. I did want to address what you're talking about is land use versus actual structure. So BAR and mine cannot comment to land use. You'd want to go to the city and preserve. If the theater is such an important part of the fabric of the downtown mall, you'd want to go to the city and appeal that be locked in place as it's a theater because it's that important. And I think what we're trying to do as a city is compare that to the trade-offs of what would a new residential development bring as compared to that. So that's kind of the differentiation. But and then I don't know who I'm saying this for, but I wanted to think. I've been here a few times, and it's here's apparent that everyone kind of is topping off at 6 stories, and that is a financial restraint because of construction type. And what you've heard is for anyone to kind of break through that 6 stories, they have to go tall enough to make it worthwhile. Conversely, if someone wants to do a project and stay 6 stories and have any density, it has to be on a large parcel. 2 things. We don't have a lot of those in the city, and when we have those, you get Wurtland with these broad things. So the code in my mind in the DX zone sort of addresses that in it allows the height so that you can have a vertical construction and go higher than 6 stories. And it also is on smaller parcels, and I think Member Schwartz mentioned that it adds a sliver effect versus having these long things. And so I think that this project fits with that criteria and what the BAR and what the city's looking for, and demolition of this building is the first part of even unlocking that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right, we'll go with the comments from BAR. Anyone? Ron?
I think that the criteria would permit the demolition of the building. It's not particularly historic. I too have had many happy evenings at the theater, but it's obviously not economically working for them, and it could be a more useful space. I do think that our criterion would permit the demolition of this building with conditions that it not be demolished until other approvals have been done, that we get other projects absolutely approved before the first bulldozer approaches.
I agree. I mean, I'm kind of bummed that I've been on this board long enough that I approved the last facade, and now we're demolishing it. No, I agree. There's very little historical fabric left. I guess there's the side wall, but I don't think we have anything in our guidelines that encourage us to preserve that side wall. And I'm not even sure what's left under the ground. I know the theaters go into the ground, so they've already been digging up the site.
I agree. I would like to reiterate Ms. Keller's point about going the extra mile and documenting the site in different ways to make sure that we, encapsulate it. But generally, I'm in support of demolition for the reasons that were laid out. I think that in particular the anthropology or the sort of archaeological, maybe not archaeological, but more of just a study of the of the site in more depth in relation to the history over the last 150 years would really be a worthwhile thing. I don't know if scanning is a, documenting the current building. I don't have a good, clear picture of what is actually existing at this point, but would definitely encourage the inclusion of those sorts of conditions in our approval.
Yeah, there's criteria, and Mr. Ziemer and I were talking about that briefly before, that there is criteria that instructs how to document an existing structure like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think so the Secretary of Interior standards have standards for historic documentation. I also do think your suggestion for more modern, technologically advanced methods would be a good one, like a 3D point cloud or something like that, should be undertaken if we were to approve demo. It's a little tricky because obviously our purview is sort of the exterior of the building. When it comes to demo, I think it's the whole building. But it also begs the question, what on the interior remains of a historic building here, because it's a movie theater, so I'm assuming they've carved out most of that for large theater space, but I want to pass it on to you guys before I keep going.
I agree that our purview is going to tell us that we should approve the demolition, but I really feel strongly that we need very clear protections against something going wrong and us ending up having the demolition go and having an empty lot there. I want to be absolutely positive that we have done our best to ensure that once the demolition has undertaken, that the project will go forward with our and other people's approval, and that there be no demolition before that is accomplished.
I would support the demolition. I guess the one element that I personally feel fondly about is the mural on the side of the wall, and wondering about how that will be documented. And I think it represents a moment in time that is important in this city, and I would encourage us to require some sort of documentation of that.
So, Mr. Levine, maybe you were getting at this, but, and I think we maybe asked this before, but if you could just repeat for the record, like, did you explore building on top of this building? And whether or not that could be done, I guess.
Yeah, you could not, I mean, maybe you could put one wood structure or two on top, but you could not do anything. And then also keeping even parts of it, you'd be in violation of the code, you'd need a lot of exceptions, and you couldn't carry out one of the fundamentals of the code, which is to have great walkability and green space and walks and sidewalk space. So there's really no path to operating in the DX zone without taking the building down. And it's not structurally strong enough to put more than a story.
I guess I'm wondering if there's a path to preserving that one wall with the mural somehow integrated, attached to your building, if one were to be built there.
There's not really. I mean, that would. I mean, we actually sat in our pre-app meeting and talked about where the utilities are and John Wilson's here, and kind of where those poles are. You could even maintain, it would be bastardized. You're almost better off documenting and have an ode to it. And that's something, again, I always say, we have to go through a year's worth of process. We can collaborate on how you document that and how you make things have more than just a plaque and an ode to the history there. I think that's kind of in the architect's world of bringing that about. But as far as physically preserving it, there's no opportunity.
I don't think that I know our zoning code wouldn't allow it, but I don't think that we would want to maintain a blank wall along that street in that fashion.
That's a mortal sin in the new code.
It's yeah, so
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough application to consider since, I think that deep down at the heart and root of this BAR, or the BAR, is preservation, but I do tend to agree with the other members. And I think for me, it's largely due to the fact that the historic character defining features and facades of this building have been removed, especially the main entrance and front facade. I think to Jeff's point, it was listed on the National Register with presumably the 1956 era Leggett store facade. There's, in my opinion, a much more handsome facade before that, which I presume was the original, which was shown in the staff report. And then we're now on like 2 facades later. And there's no getting the original facade back, right? There's nothing you could do to peel what's now there back to get any sort of historic facade. I think it's long gone. And the fact that the Water Street facade also was renovated or replaced in 1996, again, sort of, to me, that those are the character defining features of the building, and the fact that those have already been lost and the basically demolition of those has previously been approved, sort of opens the door and makes me feel okay about voting for demolition, because as y'all know, I'm not a big fan of voting for demolition, but I just wanted to kind of state that as just for the record and for my own vote. I think that it's not an individually listed building. I think that also plays into the decision. Yes, it's a contributing building in this district, but as Mr. Warner pointed out, the facades are non-contributing. So I think that we've heard a lot about putting some stipulations on this. I think something we've done before in the past, and I'll just read off what I would propose, it was BAR staff or BAR approval of the demolition permit is contingent upon applicant will submit for the record documentation and photographs of the existing building, and I think we can expound on that with some other documentary requirements. BAR approval of a COA for this building's replacement, and approved building permit for construction of that replacement. So those are the bar minimum of, I think, what we propose. Some other things I've heard good ideas of would be that we would require a robust oral history program to be orchestrated and by the applicant. Archaeology, I'm iffy on. I think Carl makes a good point.
Yeah.
But I can't rule out that there's not something there. So maybe at least consulting with a local archaeologist to see if, based on an initial survey, maybe looking again at Sanborn maps and perhaps a tour of the building and an understanding of the depths of the foundations, could then determine whether further archaeology would be required. I think, yes, a scan of the mural along the Second Street wall, 3D point cloud of the entire building, just for documentary purposes, if that's valuable. I mean, otherwise the standard, I think, is floor plans and elevations and photography.
The city, I'm sure, still has the permit drawings from 2014, which would have had the entire building.
Maybe.
Maybe? Oh.
But my question is, so where do these scans reside once they're done? Does anyone ever look at them again?
Which ones?
Well,
When we-
for example, we were to do the cloud point scan, who would have actual possession of
City.
that?
So,
I believe.
right, yeah, so just take a step back. So one thing, as far as old drawings, there's a gap in where stuff is. We only retain building permit drawings for, I think, 7 years, and they won't let me stuff any more old things in my office, so.
Is it the fire marshal who said that?
That's right. And, but, and then some of the.
Historical Society, when
Yeah,
do
they don't-
things get given to them, or when do
Well, I
they?
don't,
Yeah.
when I just grab stuff in a pile and dump it in the corner, I don't know exactly what I have, but that's another, if any of you have
I guess
a college
let-
kid that wants to be an intern this summer.
Let's
type of
let's
project.
frame the question a little bit differently. On
Yes.
previous demo
Right.
applications where we've
We
required
have-
documentation, where does that go?
So,
we will share it with DHR. Preservation Piedmont does an excellent job of maintaining inventory of information we've got because we've required the documentation. So there are several places that that information resides. As far as the city's concerned, it resides in our BIR archive. As far as prior drawings, there are some gaps, and some of the things were so poorly scanned in the past that it's difficult to determine. I couldn't find a lot about this one. So, but yeah, so that information, when it's provided, I share it with Pres Piedmont for any sort of documentation. So it would be, I mean, whether someone looks at it or not, I don't know, but it is available.
It might be illuminating too, to have a scan of the building, because sometimes old as-builts are just as-builts. There's not much behind them, and it would be difficult to ascertain from those what is actually old and what is new. And there's been so much patchwork in this building that something like a scan and a model of the building would maybe illuminate some of these areas that may or may not have been touched. Or we know everything's been touched, but what maybe hasn't been touched, and that might lead to some of the more intense studies that are being offered.
I'm going to be a little contrary on this one, because I feel like we're asking a lot more than we've ever asked of anybody else for a building that is, any portion that might be remaining would be like back of house warehouse of the former store.
But if that's the historic part,
It is, but is it, I mean,
you can learn from that. I also think with modern technology, someone could take this and then years down the road, you can digitally recreate these older buildings in a 3D model on a computer that someone could learn from.
okay.
I think that would be a little onerous, though, and very speculative on their part for thinking that somebody will want to recreate that. I can't say that they won't, but and I'm not a historic preservationist in that regard, but do a lot of people go back and refer to the records and write monographs and histories and so forth of all the stuff that the BAR has required people to maintain? And I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
If I could help.
I've done this before. We could maybe work on some language, Jeff, that kind of covers it, that like maybe with Jenny or something, there's some model that could be built and maybe it goes somewhere. I'm not adverse. I'm in both camps. Like, I don't know exactly what it is, and it shouldn't be too onerous, but it's with reservation that I take this building down. I think it means something, so I'm there. I think I just don't know if we're gonna hash it out. Maybe it's something administration can do or not.
I think the other thought is that, honestly, these days with, again, modern technology, doing a point cloud scan is faster than traditional measured drawings. And, Bob, maybe you can speak to this, but it probably wouldn't take more than a day or two to scan the whole building. And then you've got a digital file like that. So I actually think it may be the easier way.
Yeah, I don't think what we're asking is onerous. What it is an insurance policy. If in fact something is found, then great, then let's look into it. If it's
Well, at least you've got a record of it.
Yeah.
And that future historians might learn something from it. We don't know.
And for the record, you're scaring the bejesus out of me that there's an archaeological thing under there, because that's the due diligence I have not done yet, and so that would put a monkey wrench. I also want to add one, because you didn't say it, and we've done it before, and I think it's important, whether it's me or someone else, is that typically it's required to do like a structural integrity review of the adjacent buildings before and after, photos, stuff like that. I know before they say it, I think the adjacent landowners would want to hear it, and it's a fair and reasonable condition, so.
So how do you want me to word that?
So
we have that.
Yeah, a lot of that's addressed by code and demolition permit, things like that. So I didn't want to make it too complicated, but the guidelines, your design guidelines do talk about the documentation requirements. And I think that, there is direction in the Secretary's standards. So I think referencing those is an appropriate way to go forward.
Okay.
I think in the past, the BAR has made recommendations or requested, but they haven't required. And so if there are things that you all feel should be considered, you can offer it that way. I would also suggest that any sort of incorporation of existing pieces and parts of the building could be contemplated when something new is proposed. So hopefully that helps with that. And I just want to, one last caveat to this discussion, and I feel obligated to say this to everybody out listening. I was contacted by the general manager of the theater. There's been a lot of concern from them about what's been perceived as that this is because the theater is going out of business, and they were emphatic that is not what's going on here. We have a property owner and Mr. Levine are working on a project, but this is not a function of, as shared, as was asked of me by the manager, this is not a function of the theater being in trouble or planning to go out of business. So I just want to make that clear. So we can certainly, if you want to work on a motion and talk about it in March, this is a step in the process that Mr. Levine knows was necessary, but I don't know if it necessarily has to happen tonight, or you can, or strike while the iron's hot.
I would like to see the specific language of these conditions that you have mentioned, so that if we had something to add or deal with before we could just say yes.
So the right way to do that is one of us, or I got some notes here, would make a motion, and then there's a technically discussion, during which time you can offer friendly amendments to the motion. And then actually, does it get seconded first? I think it gets seconded first.
It gets seconded, and then there's discussion.
Then discussion. And then during that discussion, we can edit, if you will, and then vote.
I think it would be a shame not to approve this tonight.
I concur. No, I agree. I think
we've spent
I think
30 minutes.
I think
on
we're
it
ready
now.
to move. So, if y'all would like me to, I can.
Yeah, I think you had a good start.
Yeah, you did.
Okey dokey. Sorry, Dad. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district guidelines, I move to find the proposed demolition of the existing structure at 200 West Main Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with other properties in this ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application with following conditions: that the demo permit is contingent upon the applicant submitting for the record documentation via point cloud scan and photographs of the existing building, that the BAR approves a COA for this building's replacement, that an approved building permit for construction of that replacement is granted, and that the applicant conduct a robust oral history program to help document the history of the site.
Can I make one suggestion? The condition where you said that the BAR approval, that it's conditioned upon an approved COA, not that the BAR approve it, that written in a way that sounds like it's an instruction.
So the contingent upon BAR approval of a COA for this building's replacement. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do I hear any discussion or proposed amendments?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to offer the amendment of a point cloud or existing construction drawings from the last time it was renovated.
I think I'd want to confirm that those
Yeah, I mean,
document the whole building.
Either or, 'cause, I mean, yeah.
Okay,
If
okay.
they've got them handy, then.
I'll accept an or if it documents the entirety of the building and that they match the existing current conditions.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and the other thing is the oral history, I think, can be done anytime without having anything to do with demolition, so I'm not sure we even need to attach that. If the city
That's
wants to
fair.
do an oral history of any part of the city, they can just.
That's fair.
Could we add photographic documentation as well?
I had that in there.
That is in there, okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll strike the oral history, though we do, I think I'd like to just note that we support Ms. Keller's recommendation for that.
Yeah.
And does that include a building permit?
Yes, an approved building permit for construction of that replacement.
Is that clear to you, Jeff? And Patrick?
Kate?
There were a few things, in the consultation by local anthropologists or archaeologists, the model, and then the structural integrity of surrounding buildings, which I think is addressed by codes.
I think that's addressed by code.
Yeah, I'm not,
Yeah.
I mean, we did that, there was one with 612, I think there was something, but that was accounted for. I think I would just be clear about, what did someone say in the meeting today about, someone, all of us die and 5 years later, someone's trying to say, gee, what did they say in that meeting? So I
You
want
mean
to
to
be
repeat
clear.
this?
What's that?
Want me to repeat it?
Yeah, I know, yeah, you put that in there, if someone dies. No.
No.
The point being is that I just want to be really clear about, what we typically require are measured drawings. But we've not dealt with, I guess the only other project we dealt with of this nature was the 1980 addition behind Levy building. And they happen to have drawings for it. But I think we've usually been looking at residences and two-story dwellings.
Sure.
So I think just to make sure that we're clear that we're not requiring someone to go in and do construction drawings level of the interior of this building.
No, I'm just saying if they happen to have their
If we have
drawings handy,
great,
then that would be
great,
so much
yeah.
easier than hiring someone to point out the building.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not that hard, but okay.
Let the record stand there, yeah.
So, and then archaeology, how do y'all feel on archaeology? Yeah, I know you feel like it's deep down.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads.
We do not have an ordinance. It'd be nice if we did. I think a strong recommendation to evaluate the site. It is part of the original town. I think, and this is something Kate and I talk a lot about because she is an archaeologist. We do have some sites in town that we know have not been disturbed. So we would love to do more archaeology, but there's no way to know if there is something here or not. So I think to recommend or request some
I think we
consultation.
just recommend. Would y'all accept a recommendation as opposed to a requirement?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So would you let me to run through this one more time? Sorry. Sorry. All right. Having considered standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed demolition of the existing structure at 200 West Main Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with other properties in this ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application with the following conditions. The demolition permit is contingent upon the applicant submitting for the record documentation via a point cloud scan or existing building plans that reflect the current condition of the building, documentary photographs of the existing building, BAR approval of a COA for this building's replacement, an approved building permit for construction of that replacement, and a recommendation that the applicant consult with a local archaeologist.
Second.
Okay. I'll call a vote. Ms. Tabany?
Aye.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. All right, thank you, Mr. Levine. Thank you, everybody who helped participate in the discussion. All righty. Our next section will be, we're moving from new
Wait a minute.
New items to preliminary discussion for 300 Ridge Street. It's an
Oh, that's
addition
right,
project.
that's right. And I promised Greg this would, we
Thank
would
y'all for
not
your
make him
patience,
wait.
and hopefully it's been a good educational experience this evening.
So I just dive real quickly into this. After you all had the discussion last time, Greg contacted me and said, it might make sense to just go up. He said, should we talk to the BAR again? I said, why not? And I'm sorry, we have your names spelled wrong up there. Yeah, that's, the spell check doesn't catch those, but, so, right there is where you can see on the left was where they had talked about the addition on the east side. On the right here, you see where you can see the first floor of the structures retained and a pop-up, if you will, second-story addition. So similar set of circumstances. Obviously, just wanted to see if you all had any thoughts on that and share them with Clara and Greg. So have at it.
If you could state your name and spell it correctly for the record.
It's Carla.
Okay.
It's Carla Schiffler.
Thank you very much.
Carla.
Oh, that's a, yeah.
Okay.
So it's C-A-R-L-A, yeah.
We got it right. All right, great, thank you.
Yeah, after we really started looking at this a bit more, I thought for the cost and the use, it would probably be better to just go up and to see what that might look like. And so I contacted Greg and we started talking about that. And it actually, it works well for the business. Yeah, and so, I mean, I personally like this more. It also allows me to keep those parking spaces, which would be great for my business as well. Yeah, and so I just wanted to see what you guys think.
All right, so this is a preliminary discussion, so we're not gonna necessarily, and I don't think it's a contentious one, so I'm not gonna really entertain public comment or questions. But, so I'll just open up to the BAR for commentary.
Square footage by going up versus out?
So each floor is about 1,000 square feet, that's right, so it's gonna be another 1,000 square feet.
And if you went sideways?
We were adding on more like, I think it was 1,500 or something around there, right? Yeah, I think it was 1,500. Yeah, but it's interesting, just having just 1,000 that's laid out that way, it allows me, for my business, it allows me to have just more open space. That addition created smaller open space. It was more square footage, but not as much open space. I mean, they can both work, but I prefer this one, especially for parking.
You thinking just a flat roof?
So,
Slashed roof?
a lot of this for me is gonna depend on cost. Obviously, if I had my druthers, I would love to have a roof that we could access and eventually maybe make a roof similar to kind of the way Common House did, I think, as an example. That's what I would like for us to at least maybe put in the plans, that we could build it so that that could maybe be added on later. That would be my hope.
I love that idea. I'm all for it.
Jeff, could you clarify, I'm looking at the application, so it's, locally, it's listed as a contributing structure, but on the Virginia and national level, it's not?
So
or
this
vice
is
versa?
one of those complicated ones where everything was designated contributing in order to not have demolitions and empty vacant lots.
Okay,
So,
gotcha.
no, this is a 1994 building.
But it's not contributing at the national or state level?
No.
Okay, great,
And
thanks.
so I think, yeah, a question would be is if anyone feels strongly about differentiating the new from the old, or could the new be incorporated into it? That's somewhat of the direction that would be helpful.
It's from like 1996, yes.
I have no objections to this project.
Yeah. Same here, no concerns. I mean, I think going up is actually better. Building on your parking lot would be even better, but that's not gonna happen, so, yeah. I don't think there's any need to preserve anything that you don't want to preserve. I mean, I understand you're probably keeping most of the first floor for cost reasons, but if something has to go away, I don't have a concern with that. With a flat roof, my only caution is if you put an air handler on there, you're gonna have to hide it. So just keep that in mind.
one of the things I wanted to bring up, that when I first came on, that an engineer had already been there and deemed it maybe not feasible to go up. So we went to the side for a while, and so we went back and got a second opinion. We can go up. Lightweight framing, probably has to be EFIS. No, I did that on purpose, just messing with you. But that's not the only reason I'm up here. I did want to kind of just float something that didn't happen in the quick sketch, that if there was a flat roof, if the option would be that we would structure it that way, have the, configure that way, but also eventually that means that the stair volume would come up as a access. And wasn't sure if you guys just have sort of opinion when you talk about the air handler. There's room in the back to put compressor units and stuff. But is there any kind of like thoughts about what I know it's kind of without seeing it, where that volume, it'd be like a tower element.
Right.
Currently in the plan, the stair's kind of in this front right corner, but there's other, possibilities to just be in the back and the middle and, pull back. And, it's probably too much to speculate on at this point. There's also, will be railing up there, things like that. Because I think right now it looks pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy to digest, I think, this imagery, and the canopies over doorways and balconies are just, preliminary thoughts about it.
I mean, a stair tower up there would give you a reason it might give you a reason to make sense of some mechanical screening or any railings that you might have for future use up there. I mean, I think it might tie it all together.
Yeah.
Versus just having like a little bump on top.
I think more height, the better in that corner, honestly. My question is, it kind of looks from the elevation like it could be a shed roof, but that is not the case. Is that correct?
That's how that sketch was drawn.
As a shed roof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though it probably just had a little bit of the soffit showing down
okay.
from behind. But,
so then
it could read as both, but yeah, so that was a thought in this, that the shed slopes back because it kind of faces south for what it's worth. There are future solar possibilities, I think, rather than seeing a roof as well from the main elevation.
What's the material that you're thinking?
Yeah, it's not EFIS. It's probably still the same cement type panel. We've even explored going darker, like a dark gray for one of the products.
I would prefer to go, like a charcoal, like a dark next to that brick. That's what I would want to do.
Accents in sage green.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And is that essentially like a balcony that runs around that second floor, or just on the side?
Just on the side, yeah, the lines are a little bit stronger than they need to be. That's probably, okay. But yeah, so just the little entrance door, instead of that little dormer type thing that was over it with the original hip roof, there's just sort of a flat canopy and a flat canopy over the entrance, the main what sort of functions as a main entrance in the bigger parking lot, and then the backside balconies looking out. And serving as a canopy to the entrances below there. What also is shown is the lower windows that are not in the present building to open up some more fenestration to the lower floor.
Yeah, we're hoping to open up a little light in there because it's the basement's just kind of dungeon-esque right now, so it'd be nice to have a little light in there so that I can use the space without it feeling so dark.
And I'm looking at the street view. I see the two sort of, they're not really crepe myrtles, but the same sort of shape. And then there's a little bit larger tree kind of on the corner that's not shown in your sketch. Are y'all preserving that, or would that go away?
Probably maybe have to, I'm not sure.
I think we'd prefer if we could save the tree.
That's really up against the building. I'm not sure how it would, or if I'm understanding which one you're talking about.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's kind of adjacent to the parking lot.
Yeah,
parking
during
lot side,
construction
off the
and
corner.
stuff, yeah.
Maybe it could be trimmed back to off the building some, but
Yep.
I mean, I think when you do your site plan, you're gonna probably end up having to add some trees anyways if you take them out, so whether that gets preserved or not, there may end up being another one someplace else you have to add.
Right.
I am curious, I mean, I'd be talking to zoning people, throughout this, just to make sure that you don't have to, when you add a second story on this, are you in trouble because your floor-to-floor height isn't tall enough now, or, just making sure?
Yeah, we needed to, when we did go and talk to those guys, yeah, Jeff was at the meeting, and they were, by zoning, they wanted that side addition to be 14 feet high, and that, we could probably get it down to 12 or something, but that was already kind of one of the reasons we were, going back to some other alternative, because that was messing with us to a certain extent as well. But second story, yeah, that isn't it. We'll have to look into that.
Any other?
She wants it high anyhow. That's the whole point for the Pilates machines.
But
Well,
14 feet high is pretty high.
Right, that's why I don't think they
That
make
was
you
for
change
retail
your
instead of
original
bottom
first
floor.
floor.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering, is they make you raise the current ceiling, if that is, I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if they'd make you do that or not. But yeah,
That's possible.
There's no context to this, so I think you have a lot of freedom to come up with something that you don't have to, I don't think there's anything for you to respond to as far as surroundings that, so yeah.
Doesn't seem
Kind
like
of an
it'd be a
opportunity to
problem.
have some fun.
Doesn't seem like it'd be a problem to raise the first
no.
floor ceiling if you
Yeah,
want.
that can be
You're
done.
gonna have to do that anyway, or you're gonna have to take the roof off, so.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, it does, looking at the street view image, the cornice or soffit right below your roof line is tight to the top of the first floor windows. And, your sketch suggests a little bit of brick over those, because obviously when you tear that roof off, that goes away. So, to y'all's point, it may just say, take it on up, but I think you probably want to try to match that brick to kind of bring it up to wherever you break to the second floor. But hopefully it's modern enough brick you can match it.
Yeah, or it's just a different band.
It's just not Evis.
We need to have
do
that discussion at some point.
We're changing
We
our,
gotta do wood frame and EPIS, existing
Just
footings.
because of the weight.
we're changing our tune on EPIS.
This one isn't.
I would have banned it.
You guys put it in my head. I mean, y'all said, don't do EPIS.
I'm the one who doesn't like the fiber cement panels unless I'm the picky one about that.
Question, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding how you're imagining the roof. I think I heard you say you wanted it to be flat, but then you said it is shed
The
roof?
sketch was originally drawn thinking flattish shed-like.
Okay.
But since then, we have kind of gone towards, maybe let's go ahead and frame it and for the possibility of a roof deck.
So like a
If
parapet
not now, but
condition?
somewhere in the future where that could be, where it can be accommodated. So,
Yeah.
we could probably see this flat at this point.
I just want to be able to have the opportunity to create a roof deck if possible, so I don't want to lock myself in, so I'm going to do my best to make that happen.
Yeah.
So that's I think that's what we have in mind at this point.
As long as the structural budget,
Yeah, it's
once
just
you get
for
to
me all about
the difference in
budget.
the framing and all.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure all that out.
So shall we say preliminarily go forth in design?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's still hasn't purchased it yet, so it's still exploratory at this
Yeah,
point.
well,
I'm at the very end of it though, so I need to make a decision. And then at that point, the time is ticking, because then I'm paying mortgage and my rent on my business, so that's a lot.
I'm not hearing any major negativity from the board, so
Yeah.
I think you're pretty safe to move ahead.
Thanks for your input.
Good luck.
Yes, thank y'all
you
very
so
much.
Appreciate it.
Alrighty, it is 8:25. Does anybody like a break? The next one might take a while. Anybody need a break?
Forge ahead.
Diving in.
All good? Okay.
All right.
Next one is preliminary discussion. This is one we've seen before, so it's a really continuing preliminary discussion on 218 West Market Street. Cavalier Hospitality, multi-story hotel.
So, yeah, this is a little bit of background, again, repeat what, the current site of the, people call the Artful Lodger site, the old P grocery store there, does have a COA for the demolition of it. This had come before you before in another iteration as I think a 7-story apartment building with an SUP, and it's shifted now to the intent is to construct a multi-story hotel on this site. You've looked at this a couple times in discussion. The reason I have not brought it forward as a formal COA is, well, as we talked about with Wortland Street, that was a complete application. It had the information available that I feel would allow you all to make a decision, and I don't believe this, the drawings as presented do. And there were a number of questions last time about the design. There's been some slight modifications to that. I'll let the architect explain those, but I think this is one where we've reached, similar with others, that to the need to express where things are right and where they are wrong, and if in fact they are, and to really provide some direction forward. I will just offer that from staff's point of view, when we try to look at new construction and within a historic district, one of the things we look at is what are the prevailing materials, what's typical. This building, while it has brick elements, is predominantly EIFS, and nothing against EIFS, but there are very few stucco buildings on the downtown mall. And in prior discussions, I think the BAR has expressed something a bit more monumental is in line, and less sort of suburban strip. So, but I think that the design is relatively similar with some changes. There are a list of things in the staff report where I noted I think still need to be provided, and I would encourage you to read those. That's on underneath the application. I listed them and refer to them in your conversation with the applicant. And the thing I really want to stress is that there's a lot of signage shown on the drawings that signage would not be allowed per our sign regs, but it's in there for context. But knowing that a separate sign permit is required for any signage, if someone wants to include it, they can, but be very clear that any approvals that show that signage doesn't mean that a sign permit is granted. So do you all have any questions for me about this project? And I would hand it off to Bob and his team. And
is there already a demolition
Yes.
COI?
Yes.
That's already approved.
In fact, the conditions that
5 years ago.
Mr. Zemer referenced for the last were verbatim from that one. So yes.
All right.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you. I'm working with one hand. Similar to what I said earlier, we came to you a while ago, and I know we're like inside out with it. I don't think we brought you anything nearly baked as to present a real exterior building. I think at the time we're focused with Nitin, the project architect, on satisfying Marriott's requirements, internal requirements, and kind of how that would go. We felt, Al and I, who's here, the developer, my developer partner, thought that what we're missing from the team was Bob Design Develop to bring again local historic architecture, kind of taking a step back and looking at it holistically as what this site, the approach is. And so I think, despite Jeff saying there's a couple of changes, I think we've done a good job in advancing it and bringing it to a new level, which will bring, different discussion. And so Bob and I, and Nitin's on the phone as well, but we can just jump into what we have.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I think, do I have a thing?
Well, we don't have it the way that you guys can click through.
Oh,
So I
okay.
have you guys scroll.
I'll just go
But
back.
next time,
Yeah.
we'll get advanced. so
Okay.
we can do the-
I've got something pre-written just so that, I can get my mojo going here. Thank you, everybody. My name is Bob Pinio, and I'm a principal of Design Develop Architects. I'm going to use this as a cheat sheet, but the owners group hired us to help contextualize the more nuanced connections between this project and the public realm. We have thoroughly enjoyed collaborating with the architect, Mr. Patel, and he's the architect of record, and the ownership group to help refine the design. My role here tonight is to help articulate the responses to some of the comments raised by the board in the last discussion. I want to revisit the design for the new hotel by starting at a scale we can all relate to, the downtown mall. The rhythm of the mall is something we all recognize and appreciate, a cadence of streets, sidewalks, and the pedestrian experience. This project sits within the broader context but functions uniquely within it. While the site is part of the downtown mall's more extensive framework, it differs from more prototypical relationships along the mall. It is a critical site as a gateway into the area and a transitional point. However, it is not directly on the mall, rather it sits along Old Preston Avenue as it meets West Market Street. Given the ongoing evolution of the city's zoning, the site serves as an important case study for massing, density, and urban integration. Site and context. Every building occupies a site in its own way. This particular building interacts with its surroundings through 4 distinct elevations: the Old Preston Avenue side, the West Market side, the western elevation, the eastern elevation. What makes this site fascinating is its irregular geometries shaped by the intersection of 2 roads and the resulting property lines it generated, visibility and impact. Some portions of the building will be highly visible to both pedestrian and vehicles, while others will be obscured by surrounding structures. Using site studies, we identified key viewpoints where the building has the most significant visual impact. Importantly, despite its proximity to the downtown mall, the building's effect on the mall is less impactful than I first thought. We have taken great care to revise the design so it can be a positive contributor to the urban fabric. Design process and contextualization response. A significant aspect of our process was leveraging 3D point cloud scanning. My ears perked up on the last discussion, love it. Technology to model the entire vicinity accurately. This allowed us to test and refine our design in relation to its context and to better articulate opportunities to engage with a wide variety of dynamic pedestrian and urban experiences. At our last meeting, feedback emphasized the importance of pedestrian experience, retail engagement, and massing clarity. We have worked to address these concerns while we also rigorously tested how the building fits within its surroundings. One of your key points was more diagrams and more, pedestrian experiences, so we'll share that with you as well. Jeff, one of the comments that you wrote back was somebody on the board was talking about the 3D point cloud scanning data being a little distracting. So we've revised. So what we're going to show you is not materially different than what the proposal was, but we've cleaned up some of the graphics so it's easier to understand. Elevation and site adaptation. The site has significant grade changes, with the highest point of the northeast corner as it dropped about 14 or 15 feet down to the southwest corner. The design accommodates these variations through strategic placement of entry points, stairs, retaining walls, ensuring an engaging and accessible pedestrian experience. Key urban moves. One of the most significant urban design moves was to restore the connection between West Market Street and the downtown mall, currently occupied by a surface parking lot.
This connection is realized through a ceremonial entrance, lobby, and restaurant space, reinforcing pedestrian movement and activating the street. Parking and circulation. The project incorporates 2 at-grade parking entrances, positioned as far west as possible to prioritize pedestrian experiences close to the mall. The circulation strategy ensures the efficient access while preserving the pedestrian realm. Relationship of pedestrian and public realm. We have taken significant steps to enhance the pedestrian realm. Retail and restaurant spaces, ceremonial staircases and terraces, landscaping, and street trees. As we refine the design, we are exploring material strategies that bring depth and texture to the facade. These elements will evolve as we gather further feedback and refine the design. But we thought we'd explore and hopefully get your feedback on the resolution of some of the issues that you brought up last time. In summary, this project is an opportunity to create a well-integrated, vibrant addition to Charlottesville urban's fabric. It respects its context while making a clear architectural statement. We appreciate the board's feedback and look forward to continued dialogue as we refine the details. Okay, so you can join me if you want, Jeff, but we're going to go through, I got about 50 slides. The big idea here is to, to show you our design process, get you hopefully comfortable with some of the decisions, but also contextualize, visualize how this building is going to impact the urban fabric. So as we all know, but just an exhibit, just to place everybody where we are, we're at a kind of an odd intersection between the downtown mall and West Market Street and Old Preston Avenue. Next slide. So when we're studying the mall, sometimes you think, well, this is a mall building. What is the context of how that building should play? This diagram for me was very instructing that this is not really a mall building the way that it plays. These are, there's these 14 blocks or so, very orthogonal in nature, rhythmic, the cadence, the views down the downtown mall. And we're going to go into this a little bit, but you can see all the blue lines. What happens at the western edge of the mall, where this site is, basically there's two roads that split that urban fabric, and there's a lot going on in that area. So the blue lines are kind of running contrary to the grain of the downtown mall. So we thought that that was an interesting and a dynamic thing to consider. But some of these geometries are driving some of the architecture moves. So this is a close-up. So we have the two green lines are obviously infill, they're inboard property lines, so they have their own complexity to deal with. And then we have the southern elevation, which is the Old Preston Avenue site, and the West Market site. These, and the other thing I want to point out here is these big orange lines. These are kind of site considerations and site restraints. The Omni provides an urban edge at one side, and then there's a really large retaining wall, the northern edge, that also creates these kind of street walls. What I'm showing here with these orange and yellow circles is where you can see the building and from what areas. So if it's orange, it has a real impact on the pedestrian experience from the mall, and where it's yellow, it's barely visible. So we're going to show you that. We used 3D point cloud scan technology. We modeled the context, and we're going to put you right where we are so you can see exactly what the impact is. We modeled everything at scale, and you can see it through the point cloud.
What's the orange line at the north?
That is a giant retaining wall that holds dirt back from the McGuffey Art Center and those condominium buildings. There's a really, the facades of this building, like I said, there's 4 different facades. How they contextualize, how they deal with the context, they're all quite different.
The northern facade that doesn't have a building to bound it, but it does have this really tall concrete retaining wall. And then the southern facade obviously has the Omni, and even the Omni doesn't play by the same rules all the time. There's about an 80-foot tower that runs, with the mall, but then there's a kind of you can see all those jaggedy lines. That's the building's response to the roadway itself, to this Old Preston Avenue. So you can see that there's a lot. Can you go back one slide? So you can see all those blue lines are trying to relate to this road change, and where it can be orthogonal, it is. Where it can't be because of the road and the elevational changes, that's where you see these kind of movements in architecture. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the primary things that we started with was this idea of where should the primary functions of the building be. We wanted to be as close, the ceremonial side and the kind of the retail side and the use side wanted to be as far west as possible. The reason there is so that we could engage on West Market Street and also on the downtown mall. So this is a diagram, intentional diagram. Things have changed a little bit here, but the context and the objectives are the same. Try to get the back of house towards the westerly side, a centralized ceremonial side, and meeting gathering space. This is obviously on the ground floor. So this was a generative diagram that kind of changed where the program fit. Those big red boxes are either outside terraces, terraces for decks, ceremonial staircases into the lobby, or viewing platforms looking south. Thanks. So the other part of that was taking a different look at where parking should go. The lowest elevation of the site is also on the western side. So being able to relegate parking entrances at that far south, which is also on the lowest elevation of the building or on the site. So that, therefore, you can kind of enter. It's got this really cool, circular pathway, so you can come in, come through, and then pop out again. So we feel that that's the safest way of configuring the parking. And then on the
just because it is all valet, so it's not that the guest will be making that, but it was critical as far as our operations to be able to have the valet make those moves, and the last parking iteration was not as functioning or efficient.
Good point.
Sorry, just to clarify, do they go in one and out the other, or they can go in either one?
They go in either one. There's an entrance on the West Market side. That's a loop, and then there's one at a lower elevation. Yeah, but they don't connect. And that opened up not only for a clearer parking and layout and all that, but the retail space became bigger. So there was a lot of efficiency found. So that was a benefit. Next slide, please. John is here from Timmins. We're also, elevating the pedestrian experience. We heard it loud and clear. What does that look like? What does it feel like? What are the materials? What are the entrance points? Where are the terraces? How do you get from one place to another? So we're working diligently on that. We'll show you a lot of that work there. But here you're starting to see street trees, planting areas, platforms, ceremonial staircases, street trees on the Old Preston Avenue side as well. So this is one of our big urban moves was to, have the pedestrian experience navigate from one side of the site to the other. And also, all the engagement of the restaurant spaces, the hotel rooms themselves, engagement on the street is part of what activates the street. In the meantime, dropping all the parking below grade, as you can see, and there's that elevational difference. The first platform is entered off of West Market, and the other one is from Old Preston Ave. Here's another view. This is on the Old Preston Avenue side. Here you're starting to see some of the 3D point cloud scan geometries. We've kind of toned it down so that it looks more like ghosty, but it's easier to read, and that was a comment that we got from one of the board members. I appreciate that comment because it made everything clear. Next slide. Okay.
Is that 3 levels of parking?
It's 2 levels, but the bottom level winds down and goes underground, under the first level. Okay, so I'm going to show you 4 kind of aerial shots. And in talking to Jeff, what we're trying to do here is to, I think the important part of this building, one of the important parts is it's really dynamic for a lot of different reasons, but predominantly because of where it sits, the elevational changes, and also the geometries of the site itself. So we wanted to show all sorts of different viewpoints, but we'll start with the big picture. The big picture is massing. Does it feel appropriate? What's its context? Where does it start? Where are the gateways? What's its urban form, et cetera? So this is a view from basically almost above the Violet Crown, looking at the Omni, that prow. And keep an eye on that prow and the eastern edge of the hotel. There's a gateway that happens right there that we kind of noticed as we did the 3-dimensional view. Next slide. So this is the Old Preston Avenue side. Here you can see some of these fractured property lines and how historically and the problem to solve. What are the buildings? How do those buildings work within that fractured geometry? Lighthouse. I think that's 110 Avon's 110 Old Preston.
And I think what, I'll get to detail, but when we took that step back and we started evaluating better, we realized the buildings has like 4 different personalities to it depending on where it's facing. And so when we dug in and we started spending some time on kind of how those relate to that, so you'll see from this angle, you've got a step back, you've got balconies, and Bob goes into detail, but we started to pull away as this cannot be just one building, not just because of the shape, but also because how it relates. Part of it relates to the backside of the Omni, some of it relates to the mall, some of it relates to the tightness of West Market, and some of it relates to the openness of Lighthouse. And so we were very focused on having those all be contextual to that.
Yeah, it's a great point. And the other part is that it still has to be a building. It has to be a building that's legible as a building. It has its own rules. So how do you be contextual at the same time, present a unified idea? Next slide. This is the West Market side. We're above Lighthouse. You can start seeing some of the ceremonial, where the entrance is for the subterranean garage, ceremonial entrance. We have a new terrace that's up on the eastern corner there. There's a common area and a pre-functional room there, so and also accessible entrance at the highest part of the site right there. This is the eastern elevation that shows Brown's and Whiskey Jar and that parking lot back in through there. Next slide. And so this is more like a bird's eye view, and trying to identify what the context is. How does it feel? It feels great to me as I was going through these. As we started shaping spaces and shaping materiality and how things are connected. So again, there's this kind of interesting point at the prow of the Omni and the relationship of the eastern facade of our building. There's a gateway through there. We're going to show you a bunch of perspectival pedestrian experiences on the mall. There's something also that's really significant here, which is the Whiskey Jar building is at an oblique angle to the downtown mall, about 28 degrees, and that continues onto our building. But that also means, if you think back on those little circles with the arrows on them, that oblique angle also obscures that building. So it's not a prototypical, what you would think is a downtown mall building, that you're seeing everything as you're walking down it, because that elevation is splaying backwards. And we'll show you that in a second. So we're going to spin around the building. This is sitting on top of the Omni, looking at it. The fenestration, the form, I think, is working very well with changes in the geometries of the site. There's context, there's interest, there's verticality. Like Jeff said, every elevation has a different job to do, but they all speaks in the same language.
And also, as it came to fruition, and I'm not the hotel operator, but what became is it allows us to offer different room types and different kind of price points. So some have balconies. Bob will get to another one that has a really nice terrace. Some are small. So it was good for us to have a collection of different units, but it was also, you know, impressive to the Marriott to be able to offer that kind of product.
Next elevation. This is basically, again, over the lighthouse. You can see some of the massing moves. I kind of like this elevation because the mass of the lighthouse seems like it's almost being replicated on that far corner that you're looking at there. But you can also see the drop off here, some of the landscaping some of the landscaping. Next elevation. This is a lot of grade change on that facade, and then this is the eastern facade. Okay, so now we're going to get into a couple of those sections, diagrammatic sections. This is what I was talking about before, this relationship. Somebody asked in the last one, I think it was you, Kate, or somebody asked about the height differential between the top of the Omni and this building. This is about 10 feet shorter than that. Again, this is kind of a tight entrance, and then it splays backwards as the Omni mass kind of pulls off and goes more south. There's a corridor there, and what we're trying to do here, obviously, is to engage the northern face of the building with the whiskey jar and continue that retail experience going down. The Omni doesn't offer that much of engagement on their side, so it's almost more necessary for this building to be engaged to allow for that to happen. This is a sectional view of the Omni. We're at Old Preston, and we're looking east. So here's the beginning of, this is a section through that ceremonial stair. That ceremonial stair is meant to engage Preston Avenue. It's also, Old Preston Avenue, and it's also meant to, the way we've put it together, you're walking back east and engaging with that street. We'll show you some street elevations there. Hopefully you'll find it an engaging retail experience, but also there's a series of functions that can happen there, restaurants, viewing platform, retail, etc. Okay, I love this section. This is the West Market section. We modeled that retaining wall. You can see it in the point cloud scan. It's a very tight, as Jeff had alluded to, it's a very tight urban section. But it's really a dynamic one too, because you're driving up, you're driving up the street, and everything's changing, everything's moving. We've introduced a canopy, a ceremonial stair, accessible route that comes in through there. Part of the program space is an open lobby, and then a kind of a communal, like an event space there that occupies that side of the building. This is a section that goes right down the downtown mall. It cuts through the Violet Crown. And here we're just trying to show you relationships. The Omni is at its tallest. The tallest part of the Code building is just off to your left, but there's a series of steps, as you probably know, and we're right within that range. In fact, the Code number 3 is the street facade that's on Water Street, and it's a very similar scale as what we're showing here. Okay, so this is on 2nd Street, and we tried to make this as diagrammatic as possible, just so that it would be easy to see. But you're walking on 2nd Street, the Violet Crown's on your right, on your left, and you can see the building, its impact on it. So if you'd asked me what my first gut would have been, that it would have been a lot more than this. But that's the reality of what it will look like. Next slide. So now we're in front of the coffee shop. we're seeing the whiskey jar starting to, but this is at that oblique angle, so you have to get to a certain part of the mall before you even really experience it. But even at this side of the mall, there's a nice big blue, space in between that urban entrance point, and you can see how the Omni splits that view. Next step, so this is right in front of the whiskey jar, and now you're starting to see the mass of the building. This is where but it's a kind of a aha moment. You have to come really far down the mall to see it. Here's some of these moves here, balconies from the a kind of a terrace that leads off of the restaurant space on the second floor. We added a balcony for interest, and that on that lower unit down there. Balconies are part of the experience of the downtown mall, so we thought it was fitting. And we're also extending, at first, and I think the package we sent you, there was more of a gap here, and there was a gap at the ceremonial stair, but we started thinking about the facade of the downtown mall, and it's quite regular and framed, so these big kind of gaps didn't seem correct. And there's there's a lot of different programmatic elements that happen within those first two floors. So having a rhythm that was more legible, we felt was more appropriate. So we added an entablature, more columns. We put, I'll show you this in a second, but we're putting a roof over that restaurant and a deck that comes off. The other.
I should also, we're going through a lot of stuff, and as Jeff alluded to, this is preliminary. We want a ton of feedback. There's parts of this we have to blow up and really dive into the detail and the material, but we heard a lot and we spent time, and part of what was kind of, there's all these competing priorities. So the look down the mall from Second, where that kind of pops up, you want it to almost fade away in the context, but on the retail level, I was very adamant. I want an extension of the mall, so the mall's life kind of extends past the whiskey jar. So those gaps in the terraces, and as Bob was just saying, no gaps at the ground level, and then we'll get to the staircase. But we'll talk about how that was really important to have the pedestrian continue down and not just have it be a dead end, which it's been historically, an Uber drop-off. So.
Are those retail spaces accessible from the sidewalk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Individually?
They will be.
Great.
Yeah.
What's going on with that corner? Is there a recess there and then it pops out?
Yeah, that's the stair tower.
Oh, that's the stair tower.
Yep. The other thing we did here, David, was add windows, even as we were modeling it, to see that eastern blank facade look across. It doesn't fit that well with the prototype, but they were very generous in saying, yeah, this is an important piece to have. So there's windows now facing east, which really help alleviate any blank walls there.
Approximately how many foot frontage is it on the mall?
You mean extending from
the whiskey jar?
I don't know the answer to.
Well, it's 4,000 square feet of retail, and it's, what do we think, 75 feet?
I mean, the length of the, can I answer that in a second? You know who can answer it, it's John. John will answer it in a second. All right, we'll keep going. Okay, so this is on the way down from the code buildings on the right, and so the building is not even visible. The only part that you can see is that little peek out, which is the restaurant, which has a canopy, and again, that kind of prow opening. Architecture isn't static moments like this. It's a series of moments that you walk through, but hopefully you can get the vision that, I know you can get the vision, but there's a series of things that happen. It's very dynamic. Things are changing all the time. Next slide. I love this image. This is from the code's courtyard. Again, I think this is a handsome building, articulated well. It's dynamic. There's all these forces that are in play here, and I feel like it's responding quite well. And to Jeff's point, the whiskey jar facade, and that oblique angle starts right there at the whiskey jar, and it folds back, and now this is part of the retail world. This is walking west towards Old Preston, and you can see a lot of much more glass on the retail side on the lower floor, and then there's the gap there. There's a ceremonial stair that's there, and then all the way to the west, that's the entrance of the garage, and then going to the main floor, 2 bays of outdoor seating area for the restaurant, 3 bays of restaurant, kind of a viewing platform that connects to the ceremonial stair, and then the last part is that's all the way kind of back of house on the western side.
So the hotel rooms are above these 2 floors?
That's right. Yep. So the hotel rooms are there. That hotel room, we added that terrace there. And all these things. So these are we'd love to get into more about people and chairs and actions and lights and all that kind of stuff. But you can still envision this as being a highly active space with people and music and waiters and glasses.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to talk specifically to tree, type, but we weren't showing it last time. We hadn't advanced the landscape plan, so that was just a barren sidewalk, and now it has life to it. So
It's an extension of the mall. I mean, that's sort of how you've characterized it for some time. How do you extend the mall down Old Preston?
Is this the time to? I'm waiting for my moment to talk about the staircase, but you have a different view of.
Yeah, there's a difference that's coming up. We're kind of marching west past the building. This is the restaurant space, the retail above it, and this deck above it.
Is that a deck up on the top right?
Yep.
Where does that go to? Is that a private deck?
That's a private deck for one of the for that user right there, that room.
And we did comply with all of the outside requirements, some private, some public, by square footage. And now I'll talk to, I'm sorry I'm not standing up, I'll go to this one, but there was a comment last time about possibly having a staircase right at that corner and bringing the pedestrian up to that terrace. And as we looked at it, and I looked at it, and I thought of kind of the retail world, I actually thought it was more important to bring the customer down the retail path and go up that staircase. And also what it allowed to do is that staircase then connected to Market, which we talked a lot about connecting those 2 streets, Market and Preston. So, and I thought it also kind of blocked, Bob, we thought it kind of blocked off that corner if you had the staircase there. And I feared that that's kind of where retail would go to die if you had that blocker. I want the hotel consumer to come out and walk up the mall, and I want the people to come down the mall, and so I think we'll have much better success. And that's, we took the comment, but we moved it down.
No, that was my comment, but thank you for looking at it.
Okay.
I think you got a good point.
Are you considering cafe space to the restaurant outside?
The hotel restaurant has that outdoor terrace. What happens on the ground floor, whether it's, we haven't got that, whether it's outdoor space that we'll use or what other retail, I mean, this is my own merchandising thing. I think we have I think downtowns are made up a lot of entertainment and food. I'd like to get more of a shopping experience down in the mall. It goes to my other project with the Violet Crown. I think if we bring people there, we bring more retail, I think we'll be able to merchandise better on the downtown. You talk to retailers there that are living on the downtown mall. You don't see a lot of people with shopping bags like you see in Barracks, because you don't have as much of a variance of merchandising. So whether it's health or whether it's apparel, I'd like to get in. And when we made the move to get more retail, that helped us so we can have some co-tenancy along there. So what it will be eventually, I don't know, but and we do have a little bit of outdoor experience.
Yeah.
On the staircase, and we have to move down a little bit.
The restaurant is on the second,
The hotel restaurant is on the second floor.
and this is all retail on the mall.
Exactly.
Okay, this is the ceremonial stair that comes down from the lobby space, and Mr. Patel was talking about a kind of a moment that we could have, that the hotel could have here on the second floor. It could be a hangout spot, a place for, people to be out of the,
Call it Instagram moment.
an Instagram moment,
Yeah,
right?
Which
Yeah.
I felt very old because I look for Instagram moments. But and here's where I was talking about that. I'm a little nervous about kind of that dark spot, that gap, and we've talked about how to make it active, and we basically have to like blow that up and really focus. Part of the opening is to either get to the transformer or trash, so you can have movable stuff like chairs and tables there. You just can't have anything that's fixed in order to get to those back of the house stuff. So we've got to play with that a little bit, but that's also where you can have an outdoor moment associated with the retail.
So the back of house is accessed through that pair of doors behind the column? Is that sort of?
It's a variety of ways. You can go through the vehicular entrance, and all that stuff's back there. There's a transformer room. We don't have a lot of room. There's a transformer room and a garbage room. So we have some logistical issues, and the transformer room is only when it goes bad, for example. And we're going to work with the ownership group to make sure that all works well and how it works. But the only two programs is the electrical room and the garbage. Next slide. This is looking back from, looking east from Old Preston Avenue and the vehicular entrance there. Next slide. And so these are just, what is this thing going to look, what is this building going to look like? What are these spaces going to look like? I think that the dynamism of the geometries and the scale of the building and its surroundings, like Jeff said, there's 100 different perspectives on here, so it's just interesting to see how this changes. It's not one thing, it's a variety of things. This is a kind of an interesting one for me because the lighthouse building is elevated and the road is so far down. Anything west of the building, the grade change is very low, so the building itself is sitting quite high, almost like a citadel. And here you can see that the impact is not that great right at this particular location.
Yeah, when we started looking, I said in a comment today that Mr. Schwartz would think of it. It felt almost like one building with the step back that we've talked much about on other buildings, that it's almost like it's like the lighthouse in our building, we like a building with a front and then a step back and then our building. It wasn't as overbearing or hulking over the lighthouse as I thought from this angle, which was nice.
Next site, this is at the intersection of West Market and Old Preston. And I like the scale of this. I like the scale of it related to Omni and also some of the condo buildings on the left-hand side, that retaining wall. That retaining wall is not that tall on the left-hand side. I didn't get to fix that. But it is that as you're heading uphill. So then this is this idea of social spaces, the space and how it changes over time, and every foot, every couple feet, it's a different viewpoint, perspectival approach to it as you're coming up the street. You got this tight retaining wall on one side, the building's starting to open up. You've got retaining walls, planter boxes, a ceremonial staircase. You have a canopy, and all of that is meant to draw people down west towards the west end of Market Street. This is the pedestrian experience right in front of Lighthouse. Seen and be seen opportunities. Again, pushing the parking as far west as possible. We have a ceremonial stair and a kind of a turn off where guests can come and drop off their luggage and whatnot. The ceremonial stair, people can hang out. There's a kind of a viewing platform there that's could be part of the valet station or seating. Anything we can do to activate the space.
That was important. We struggled how to handle that because at the last meeting we talked about that block and the grade differential and how we could, so we still have that kind of block, but by widening the stairs and then adding the railing, it became more of a piece versus just that like blockage that, and then adding the tree, we made it something as best, and we could talk about that and kind of your reaction to it, but that was really a sticking point last time, and we didn't have a good solution for it at the time. And I think we added some glass, and it's momentous to me.
Now, if you pull up here in your car,
Yep.
you get out, what are you gonna do? You're gonna walk up those stairs to get to the lobby?
Yep.
So you've got a suitcase?
There's two things. You can do that,
And ramp it up.
or you can also go inside, depending on if that's okay with the valet parking and all that. But also the street is moving elevationally higher, and there's a pedestrian access point at grade at the very top, would that be at the eastern part of the site? And then there's a walkway that goes in front of that building. So you have a variety of ways of getting inside the building. This was part of the front move, and when you see the section of that retaining wall is quite tall, even right in this area. So the idea of kind of creating a platform or plinth that starts elevationally at that eastern side, and that's the datum that moves across it. So the complexity was trying to get people into that ceremonial space, which is basically in the midline of the building, but then activating that, trying to navigate this. There's about a 10-foot or a 9-foot grade difference between one side of the street and the other.
Also, to address I was thinking about, different than an apartment building or a condo, our operations always have valet to help with that. So if we move a little, you could pull your car up and you could take that ramp, but if you pull up there, we always have help to help with the luggage. It's not like you pull up to your apartment building and you're dragging your groceries.
Next slide. This is looking west on West Market Street. Again, I think that the scale of the building is really great. The other part that I feel is part of West Market Street, there's a lot of gaps in this part of the, there's a parking lot, or Fellini's could be a little bit more articulated, or the Common House, or Brown's Lock, for example. So having something that is really the terminus of this part of that experience, having it be alive and lit, I think will be a natural draw. This is, we're going to explore the front entrance a little bit. Here's that, to your question, Mr. Rosenthal, the entrance, that's at grade. And then as the grade drops off, there's that plinth, there's a pedestrian accessible route there. This is an outdoor eating area that's associated with a meeting room right behind that glass panel. This is that pedestrian access point, and views back west across. You can see the lighthouse building there, and that retaining wall. I think this is a really great section. I think this is going to be a really great part of the project. And then this is that viewing platform looking east. You can see the drop off there, the retaining wall, trees, sidewalks, canopy, light, all sorts of opportunities, and then the hotel rooms kind of float above you. This is that viewing platform. Now we just went through the center of the building and through that ceremonial space. This is an outdoor seating area. The restaurant's to the left, and the stairs are to the right. Like Jeff said, I think we have a lot of work to do here to kind of really seed it and make it what it should be, but these are the primary concepts. This is right below that platform. This is the entrance to the retail side of it. Stairs are again to my right. This is the old Preston Ave entrance point, trying to bring as much light and vitality to that retail. And I think somebody asked the question, can you get in through here? This is where the grades work really well for entrance. So that's a accessible entrance into that retail space.
We're going to work on that, because I'd really like to try to get the entrance on Preston versus ducking in there, but it's going to depend on layouts and demising for different retailers. But like I said, we need some time with that space.
We're almost through this, but here's some, this is the southern elevation, and we're starting to introduce some more colors, maybe a brick base, as we talked about before, that a darker brick base. The articulation of these panels on the first 2 floors, trying to, create that rhythm. And then the vertical mass of the stair tower, we took your comment at heart about that the building was too horizontal. It needed to be more vertical, so we're starting to play with colors and see if we can soften that a bit. That's the southern elevation. This is the West Market, the north elevation. Again, that plinth, and you can see what you're looking at there is the point cloud of the actual road itself. This is the eastern elevation with some of the buildings, the Whiskey Jar Building and Brown's. I do think that somebody mentioned this, I think, in the BAR meeting. It's kind of amazing to have this much fenestration on the inside. These are tough building. Like 323, for example, was an interior lot. How you deal with light and windows and activating, especially these are really long facades. I think this was a success. To set it back is a great move.
You did talk about also on the lighthouse side, we made a move with our wall and the foundation. There's been a lot of talk. Joey Conover's appeared in her building. We have a party wall. By pulling out a little, we don't abut, and it gives us a little air and light. And you could look at that in plan or see that, but that was, to your point, just kind of getting away from the lot lines so we could get more air and light to different rooms. And also, it helped us, I think, be more neighborly friendly to not go right up against that, those buildings.
Next slide, please. These are more perspective.
I think we're at the next hearing date.
Oh, yeah, all right, I think this is it. You could go real quick, I don't know if there's
I
anything.
guess he's got 3 slides left, so.
Oh, really? Okay, good.
There's 51 and you're at 49.
Okay, I think we're done.
Just take us across the finish line.
Yep, that's it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob. That was very, very thorough. And I really do appreciate walking us around the building. I mean, we got to see the view sheds, and I think I really appreciate seeing things at sort of foot level as well as bird's eye and things like that. So I know I've got some thoughts, but I'm sure others do too. So let me start. I want to start with Kate.
Oh, okay. I similarly appreciate the thorough analysis of the site and bringing us down to the street level and really looking at all the views. I think I'm more comfortable with the massing of the building now than before. A couple things that I have kind of sticking points. I think the ceremonial stair on Preston, Old Preston, does not feel ceremonial to me. It feels very back of house. And I think that has to do with the trash room door, has to do with the sort of winding. It feels very what's the word I'm looking for? Secondary, sort of fire escape stair or something like that. I think it could have a much bigger presence on the mall and be more successful. I think in contrast, the Market Street side is more successful. You're getting a broader stairway, it's more inviting, it's sort of announcing itself. I would love to see a section of that stair just to understand the steepness, the rise and run of that, and how it really meets the sidewalk, because it feels like it's pretty close to the sidewalk and kind of up in your face. But I'm not.
I'm sorry, the one on the Market or the one?
I guess the top elevation, that's the Market Street side, right? Yeah. But I think it's more successful than the other side. And I also wonder, what is I know we're not supposed to talk about use, but what sort of ceremonial activities are we seeing weddings happening there? Or what is it that's,
I think
what?
ceremonial,
Well, I'm saying that in sort of a material sense. How is this marble? Is this, what makes it ceremonial, or is it really just a public space, inviting you into a kind of retail experience. That's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you for the thorough stuff. It's going to take me a little time to digest everything that you have presented, and I will hold my conversation till I've processed.
Okay. David, you want to go?
Sure.
Are you still ready?
No, I'm just, doodling. Let's see. So, thank you again for the great presentation. All those different slides helped me process. That's mainly what I've been writing down here, and help organize my thoughts. So, first and foremost, I think the big improvement over the connections. You talked about the key urban moves, and I think the connection's a lot more successful now. And I would agree with Kate that with the exception of what the ceremonial stair looks like right now, I think it could turn into a real ceremonial stair if you just widened it, and I don't know if you could even just run it out directly so that you had that diagram that just went straight through the building, and that clear shot is there, and visually and circulation wise that happens. I think that could be really fantastic, and if it was a worthy material and with some wonderful lighting, that really could be a fantastic stair that does what you're wanting it to do, which is bring people down the mall. I think that's what we all want, is to how do you activate that sort of little bit more dark and sketchy walk past everything else. So I think big thumbs up on that. Let me see, I'll just go down my list here. The pedestrian sort of relationship, so I think I put so because I think I was still a little, there were a couple of things that I'll get into later. And then respecting context, I'm just kind of going through some of the things that you outlined at the beginning. I'm still toying that, trying to figure out how the building respects the context, and I think it does. It's really successful in some ways, like the pedestrian connection, and the way it in some ways relates to the surroundings. It seemed like you peeled the building away in that one section to sort of gain some distance from the whiskey jar. And so I'd like to encourage more moves like that really fine tune those sorts of moves. Like for instance, you showed that perspective from the Violet Crown, where you could see that little top of it poking out, and maybe there's a way to just eliminate that, because it's such a little fragment up above. Can you recess that section of that top floor to make it not visible? We're getting into some more details, but I think I'm bringing it up with the general comment of keep that up, like keep tweaking it to form it in a way that really betters the contextual nature and its relationship to the rest of the mall. I thought the diagrams that were really interesting, the blue lines. However, I feel like in some ways, and this gets back to this idea of contextualization, in some ways I felt like you were taking more from the context of the Omni and the retaining wall than you were from the context of the mall. And I think that's an important point, because I think I see the Omni as a one-off, and I see the retaining wall as something that it's a big thing that you need to respond to. And I think you have all the wonderful effects and all the wonderful details that you can draw from on the mall that informs this. And what I thought was what I started to get really excited was when I saw the whiskey jar perspective. And what I liked about that
because I didn't see it in the elevations. But what I liked about that, it was the ground one, ground perspective, wherever that is. Slide 35. There we go, something like that. What I thought was pretty cool about that was that in this idea of how does it relate, how does the massing relate to the mall? How do the details relate to the mall? In that bottom section, you know, I start seeing a texture and a fabric that does relate sort of to the scale of those shops nearby. And I know this is sketchy, but but with sketchiness, you start envisioning things. And I saw kind of like almost a Soho vibe there. You know, you could almost imagine these as metal or steel columns, something that's, you know, something that you can relate to in an urban context. And the scale of it is very relatable. However, the openness that it provides for the storefront is also very contemporary and could, you know, really does what you want it to do. On the other hand, what I don't find as compelling is everything up above. You know, I mean, I know that this is conceptual, but there's kind of like just from right off the bat, there's not really any kind of relationship between what's above and what's below. While we've talked about EIFS in certain regards maybe being appropriate, I don't see it as an appropriate material in this context. I mean, this is a massively important part on the mall, and because of that, I think we gotta if we're gonna talk about urban design and urban living and all of that, especially at a historic mall, we gotta look into materials that respond to that, or that are befitting to that locale. And to me, there's just something about like the kind of quick grid and on the EIFS. It just reminds me of more. It harkens to me more of like someplace out of the urban landscape, you know, someplace other and sort of more generic. So really like the down below, would love to see the up above. And the other thing I didn't notice in this one, but I noticed in some of the other ones, is that these ground floors are recessed in. And I wonder if that's like a good idea in this particular case. I wonder if it's almost better to pop it out or at least run it. I guess I just was questioning why the recess there. It makes it feel a little bit more, you know, less obvious. And I feel like those stores you want more obvious, and that you want that part of the structure to be, you know, front and center, just like all the rest of the shops are on the mall. So I think it's great, the idea of having the window shopping going along. I think there's an opportunity to maybe cut into the landscape there so that you can have that entry into the shops directly off of Old Preston. I think that's really important, actually, as opposed to going around inside the little niche. And I can imagine sort of a folding and multi-layer path that allows you to do that with some landscaping. It just, again, sort of increases the complexity and makes the mall a more elaborate place down there from a landscape perspective. So I'll stop there, but I do want to reemphasize the importance, in my mind, of materiality. And like, wouldn't it be wonderful to, this is a sort of a chain hotel, but the building should kind of speak for itself. And yeah, that's what I'll say.
All right. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys going back to kind of the basic plan concept and reconfiguring, I think it worked out to your benefit to take the parking and move it further to the west, and that, allowed you to, I think, greatly improve your street experience on Market Street. So I appreciate the fact that you've got activation on all four sides with windows, and the balconies seem a little bit foreign to everything else, that little corner ones, but at the same time, maybe they could be really interesting. I'm interested to see how that develops. You mentioned the kind of gateway that you create between the Omni and this building, and I think I see that, and actually I appreciate that. I think it does work that you've got this. It's an interesting kind of gateway to the mall at that point, in the same way that we have there's a much wider gateway between the Code building and the Omni. So I find that interesting. Your access points. I agree the stair seems to have become a little less. The stair on Old Preston seems to have become a little bit less inviting, but maybe it's however you guys develop it. But I do find it that central kind of access point through the building. I think that's working for you, and it does seem more inviting to actually pull you into the building from both sides. Market Street. I think you're making really good progress. There is actual streetscape now. There's some activation. It's the stairs and the overhangs remind me a little bit of what's currently going on there, which, although it's a postmodern little strip mall, it's not a bad place to walk by. It's kind of a nice, peaceful little street experience right there with the trees and the arcade and everything, or colonnade. And you're kind of taking some of those elements, and they're not the same, but you're using similar features in this. And I think it's working to have, again, you've got a little set of steps, or monumental set of steps that come up. You've got, plantings, and I think I think the pedestrian experience has been vastly improved. So I hope that you can maintain that as this develops further. Let's see. There's something still about the proportions that feel squashed. And I don't know if it's a problem or not. I'm still trying to get my head around it. So I guess as you develop it, we'll see what happens. But it does feel like you've got 2 stories on Old Preston that seem to be crammed into almost 1 story you can see it in this view right here. It's, just a little bit, 2 stories is a little bit taller than just the 1 story on the Whiskey Jar building. And again, I don't know if I'm trying, it bothers me on, I think, your flat elevations, but the building will never ever be experienced as a flat elevation. So I guess something to be aware of. It does feel, even on the Market Street side, it feels somewhat squashed, and maybe it's just the views we've gotten so far, but I guess something to keep in mind. And maybe it just has to deal with the way that you articulate I don't know if those 2 levels on Old Preston, if you've got a horizontal band separating them, maybe that becomes less strong. I don't know, maybe that would look bad. I have no idea, but just something to toy with as you're working on this.
Can I ask a question on that real
Yeah.
quick? Is there a step down between like the Whiskey Jar and your ground floor level at the sidewalk?
There is a lot, Whiskey Jar.
Because the way the horizontals line up in this view, I think that's the doorway right there. Am I wrong? That it's like a door with a transom light over it?
Yeah.
And it's sort of, if that's scaled to a door height, and then right next to it is the first floor head height, that seems like a big drop, so.
And maybe also just, I know you guys are talking to the city as you do this, but just make sure you're on top of the required first floor heights and whatever they define your first floor as, which is probably gonna be different on both sides of the building. But yeah, to your point. Materiality, I agree. I think it is a lot of ephes, which is definitely, I know there's there's stucco on the mall, but it tends to be hidden. It's, you got the upper stories of the York Place, or above Kaspari, there's, some of it tucked in there, but it's not a typical material downtown. It's not, it doesn't have a sense of permanence for a big building, which I'm wondering if, is there a way to get maybe some metal in there, or just, I don't know, something to think about. Something that makes it feel a little bit more permanent, like as you see in most urban situations. You just don't usually find ethos buildings. But yeah, generally, I think this was really helpful. I'm feeling much more comfortable with the project overall. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how you guys take it forward.
Ron?
Again, thank you all for bringing the new perspectives in. I particularly appreciate that. I do think that the Market Street side works better than originally did. The building still looks incredibly generic to me. And this is not a very kind comment, but the views you were showing from the mall, looking down Preston, showing, well, you wouldn't actually see our building very often, comforted me. But I don't think that's saying a great deal about what I think about the architecture. It still looks pretty generic. Again, the materiality stuff has been mentioned several times. These blank white walls and glass and so forth just aren't very interesting. And I don't think that, I hate to say this, but the Omni's an actually more interesting building. And it's not that interesting a building. So, I don't have the vocabulary of it, but I don't think this is a real addition to the mall as it currently stands. I think that a lot of the egress and the retail and so forth you've worked with works. I think that may well work. It's just the exterior is really, really bland.
All right, so I want to echo a decent amount of what my colleagues have said. First, also thank you all very much for a thorough presentation. Yeah, so I'll start with echoing materiality. I think Ron and David hit on some important points. I think, honestly, Jeff and his staff report had prepared some images comparing the November submission to this submission, and I think there was a lot more variety in materiality in that earlier submission that I was excited about, and a lot more color that was really nice to see. So I think you guys have a really awesome opportunity here. As David said, yes, we know it's a chain hotel, but it doesn't need to look like a chain hotel. Like, this is not out on 29, right? This is right downtown. And it's right across the street from another big hotel. So if I were you guys, I'd take an opportunity to say, add some glitz and make this where people, when they're walking down, be like, I want to stay there, right? So I think materiality is a big way you get there. I think in terms of the two entrances, I think West Market Street, y'all are pretty spot on. I think the way this area functions, that is always going to be the vehicular entrance. It's going to be circumstantial pedestrian entrance, but that the old Preston side and the downtown mall side really needs to be thought of as the main entrance, because it's a pedestrian mall, right? And as soon as people let the valet take their car, they're going to use the other side of that building as their in and out. And I really do think you should make that a monumental stair. Honestly, I think like white, pink, marble, and gold, right? Make it where people see this like bright, shiny thing down there that they want to get to, and it's spectacular. I want to make my wife happy coming in here, right? So, yeah, right? Really making an exciting place to come to, and I think you're on the right track in terms of drawing the retail down there, and all those sorts of things. And so making that grand entrance exciting is what's going to draw people there. I think, let's see, a couple little things. On the south facade, it seemed like the verticality of, I'll call them the columns, of the upper section didn't really line up with the columns and verticality of the retail space below. Like, maybe I was seeing one image that wasn't quite right, but wanted to make sure the columns are lining up. Also, kind of getting to what Carl was hinting at with the storefronts of the historic storefronts, and like in this image, we chatted about how that y'all's first floor level seems much lower than the first floor level, that horizontal line of the historic buildings. And when you look at that block, they do step down, kind of as they're going down the block, 2 to 3 feet, in the first floor band, and then again at the cornice line. But I think there might be an opportunity to try and pick up on a couple of those horizontals, even if it is just a little bit stepped down, but I feel like this is almost too far down. And I wonder if, this one location where you got your private balcony above the dining room deck, like maybe even hinting at the cornice line of the adjacent buildings, like a pergola or something. It doesn't have to be a hard ceiling or a roof, but like maybe picking up that line just to kind of, it transitions from the old to the new, might be exciting or something worth exploring. So I think that was my main things. But yeah, materiality and added some glitz. So.
Can I say a few more things?
Yeah, sure.
What you were saying, I don't know what the floor to ceiling height is here, but I could see that those first 2 floors elongating a bit. I don't know how much heart you have for that, creating a higher floor to ceiling in those public spaces, but that could actually be a really nice amenity for your shops. The floor ceiling height could really, for if it's 9 feet and goes to 11 feet, you're talking about a whole different kind of a space. And then that would probably do more what you're looking for, which I think is a great idea, which is just an alignment with, some of the whiskey jar and some of the historic context. Just even an elevational diagram of how those things relate would help. Also, I think there's maybe an opportunity possibly on that second floor to extend that exterior balcony across, like I think I remember I don't know if Michael's is still even there, that cafe, but I always loved sitting up on the second floor and looking down, even if it's just like a one table deep seating experience.
We're at the main floor?
Just like
For the restaurant
got it
level.
here, but like
yeah.
moving it right, just
Yeah.
moving that in,
Oh, I see.
whatever, however
6
many,
feet, something.
6 feet. That could be kind of an interesting way to more engage the street with people down below, people up above. And then one other thing I forgot about that I wanted to mention is on the other side, on the Market Street side, I was feeling maybe like well, I think it's great the way, everything's starting to come together. It was feeling a little, maybe a claustrophobic, I think, because of the wall and because of the drop-off was right there. And I don't know if that has to do with kind of like the flat facade up above, or just kind of like the, again, the smaller recessed down below. But I feel like, I guess number one, is that working circulation vehicularly? Is there enough width there? But I also wonder too, like, that could be an opportunity, whether you curve that wall a little bit to reflect what's going on in the street, or even, go back to some of those diagrams and the kind of the jagged edge that's happening in the Omni. I mean, maybe that's a place where you can kind of bring that interest back and create a little bit more relief and texture on that side to sort of, because it is kind of a tight spot when you come up there. So just another thought.
I have one other thing I wanted to say. This will be it for me. But the way you've rendered the facade of the upper stories, to me, there's like, it feels very similar to the lower 2 levels in a way that I want there to be more difference. Like, and also looking at the way you've like rendered the context so carefully and seeing the kind of punched windows of a lot of the surrounding buildings, like the Whiskey Jar and the others, like, I guess I'm not sure entirely what's window and what's wall in your renderings, and it feels very flat. But if you introduced a kind of punched window typology where you have a little bit of like depth to your jambs, what would that do to the articulation of the facade? I think it could be sort of interesting.
Anybody else? I think we've, hopefully, did y'all have any other questions, or is that some good feedback?
No.
No to the questions, right?
No to the feedback.
Or no to the feedback.
You know, a lot of your comments come from the detail we need to advance based on this conversation, and you're right, we were talking today, I mean, those balconies could have string on them, or wrought iron, or gold. We wanted to, our initial reaction from you was, you got a lot of work to do, and what I'm feeling is we made a lot of moves that kind of hit the fundamentals we want. Now we've got to dive in this. Like I said, you talk about that stair at Preston, I said to the team, we really don't have to blow that up as its own part and analyze it and look at it. But I think we have general agreement on a lot of the basic principles that we can go off and do some work.
Great.
I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for bringing it to us, and I think it was a good discussion. So. All right, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
No, please.
Oh, no, damn.
Wait a minute,
So
wait a
close.
minute.
You guys can. I still always some business to take.
All right, well, it's 9:45, so you got till 10.
I'm not taking till 10.
Okay, fine.
All right, next meeting is March 18th, so please put that on your calendar. Appreciate everybody being very flexible with this change. We still need a landscape architect. I don't think anyone's even applied, so
I have a question about that. Do they need to be licensed?
yes. Well, yes, it says licensed landscape architect and a resident of the city. So I just want to, but if someone's interested, have them call and talk to me. I did want to say that I'm really, I know I joke about EFS a lot, but I really, I guess after having grown into this job over the last couple of years, I really, I have difficulty with the material. I don't think it ages well. I've had projects that haven't come to you where people are fixing EFS buildings that aren't that old yet. And just to be very clear, our guidelines say in residential areas, traditional materials, brick, stucco, and wood siding are most appropriate. In commercial office areas, brick is generally the most appropriate material for new structures. So I think I'm going to really start to push that, so maybe I need to be stronger in my statements. The Verve project that was in the entrance corridor, been reviewing last week, they were complete EFS and are switching everything to metal panels, so I'm really pleased about that.
And I think that my concern is just the flat fiber cement panels also don't age well, and they grow mildew.
I agree, but I think, it's sort of where, and then we do say concrete or metal panels may be appropriate. So I just think there's some discussion to be had about, and I heard some of you individually about the materiality of this project is important. This Monday, March 3rd, is a holiday, Liberation Freedom Day. We will be unveiling a new state historical marker at Court Square at 2 o'clock. It's the marker that addresses the legacy of slavery and slave sales in Court Square. That's at 2 o'clock at the south end, southwest corner of Court Square Park. And on Saturday, March 22nd at 3 o'clock, we will be unveiling a state historical marker recognizing the Carver Inn site on Preston Avenue. That was a Green Book site. It was a hotel that operated in the late 40s into the early 70s. And following that,
there is a gathering 3:30 at the Central Library. Lorenzo Dickerson had made a movie, be showing a film he made about the Carver Inn. And I just, while you guys were...
What date is that, Jeff?
The 22nd. So on there's coming Monday, March 3rd is the unveiling at Court Square Park. That's at 2. And then on March 22nd is the unveiling of the marker. And this is just on Preston Avenue on the north side, just after you go under the railroad tracks. The Preston Inn sat there until Preston Avenue was widened. And I wanted to share, just because in the context of what Bob was talking about and some of the street layout, we had something, and I will wait until the next meeting to show you, but Kate and I have been spending a lot of time trying to interpret the, what was the original, 1762 town of Charlottesville. And then there was a 1790 addition that went up to High Street. But when Bob was pointing out today where West Main Street goes this way and Preston goes that way, well, guess what? If you line these up, so if you want to know why that road's there, this was the road into Charlottesville.
That's 3 knots.
That's
And-
3 knots.
And it continued right about to where, just east of Court Square, and that's then where they put Court Square, the Swan Tavern, but we can't say that definitively, but the things just seem to line up, and then the road followed that ridge line going out. This road here was, had historically gone out to the mills out on the Ivy Creek, also to the barracks that were built out there northwest of Almore High School. And of course, that was all what was called the 9 Mile Circuit, which was Park Street and to Court Square and out. So there was this loop called the 9 Mile Circuit. So, but just what Bob was showing that, and sort of like these, there's the artificial, perpendicular lines and parallel lines of the original town, but that angled spur there actually predates the city. So it's kind of curious, that's actually is part of the historic fabric of the city. So Kate and I have been quietly on the side trying to sort of build out this evolution of the town and how it expanded over time, but what we had created. And again, we'll show you at the March meeting. I gave a talk on Sunday at the Episcopal Church up on Rio Road. Their congregation's been following the Penn Park research, but I shared also what we've been uncovering relative to Court Square, and we've developed a visual of that Court Square. We call it Charlottesville Day One, and it's sort of to show that visual of coming in from High Street into Court Square, and the very few buildings were there, and started to populate it with the key block emerged around 1802 and sort of was built out by 1820. So, but it really is a fascinating image of what, how did somebody put it? Boy, Charlottesville was just a speck, and it was. There was not much there, and so we're just continuing to build on that. But I just wanted to share that while, again, in the context of Bob talking about this sort of artificial, but there is this very old road.
And a quick note on that, because we brought up archaeology when he was digging down. When you did the stuff, you found a lot of artifacts.
30,000 plus.
Right, so is it reasonable that underneath the violet ground, there could be?
I mean, that site's been so disturbed. However, interior, there could be, in the interior of that lot, possibly, I mean, there were so many outbuildings behind there over.
Yeah. I would offer, the opportunities are where you've got the Market Street Park. That was, a house was there and some outbuildings, and then it became a park. The just to the east of this site, we were just talking about it, 218 Market Street, where the Brown's Lock and Key site is. I can show you an old photograph, a Holsinger photograph of, that was a series of shacks, and we know the people that lived in those. That's now parking lot, so that presumably was, so there are opportunity locations, we could do some archaeology, but that's a little bit, yeah, we've just, it's a nudge that I think would be fascinating. And again, goes back to the whole idea of the city of Charlottesville, day one, wasn't that big a place, so we don't have many opportunities. All right, so there's your history lesson. Thank you all for your patience, and
Thanks,
we'll
Jeff.
see you on March 18th.
Appreciate it, Jeff. All right.
Assuming we don't get another big snowstorm.
All right, move to adjourn.
It's lacrosse.
Say second. Second. All in favor? Aye.
Came in, it was
I think
the record
sitting in
low.
was just interesting.